yeah, Nenner's breathing is indeed fantastic. He auto-tuned himself for a second, and I'm pretty sure it killed everybody in this chat because it was hilarious. But hello and happy Saturday. We're back with some difficult terrain. We are gonna get back into this gala time thing stuffs. But before we do that, we're gonna introduce everybody and say hi to everybody. So I'm gonna start with, I think, possibly the only person who hasn't mentioned food or hasn't just finished, I suppose, in some way. Maya, you don't mind introducing yourself and who you're playing tonight?
One person that hasn't done what to a food? What?
Just introduce yourself, girl. Don't worry. It's okay.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared. You're okay. Don't be scared.
Hello. Had to bust out the fans.
Hello.
Tradition at this point. I am Maya. I play the sorceress Irene. She has a lot of power coursing through her and a lot of paths open to her. And she likes forgetting things that are bad. I can be found here on Fridays, which was yesterday, but not yesterday because it'll be next Friday. And then Saturdays, which is today, and that's why you see me now. And then Sundays, Power Rangers. It's going to be great. By the way, Friday is Legacy. That's important. Nenners runs that one. He's very dark. And then, what? I'm not. Get out of here. And with that very elaborate introduction, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pass it over to Vogly Dubs.
Vogly Dubs? Okay, cool. I'm Vogly, or Vogelstottle on the Discord. I play Nirja Zaran, the Dragonborn Battlemaster Fighter, Bronze Dragonborn Battlemaster Fighter, and she may or may not be transparent because she has no soul, and it may be in her weapon with a whole bunch of other people stuck in there and demons in her head. Yeah. I am only on this channel on Saturdays. Woo! Time management. And I'm going to pass it off to Frandiferous and his mustachio.
His mustache, because it's a separate entity.
Yes. It just lives on his face.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh, no. Ooh.
What is his voice? Oh, okay. Hi, nice Landy.
Hate it. Rude.
He does not.
Oh man, you put my toxic masculinity on the line. All right, man, give me requests. We'll work it out. What the hell was I going to say? My name is Nennerino Don Nenario to the mighty Kibbles and Bits. I am. What am I doing? I'm playing Valen. I'm a little discombobulated. I got very little sleep last night thanks to somebody else's medical emergency, so we're good. It's not no big deal. It was just like an ambulance outside my apartment that woke me the hell up.
Okay. Like, I was like, he would have told me, so don't be scared.
No, I'm fine.
Dive into the
like one of your friends or something. I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
No, nobody I knew.
Yeah, he was saving lives.
With my 1 year of bio and anatomy.
Yeah, see, Dragon Horse is out here saving people. So modest. Exactly.
It looks like your distal fingertips are still there. Anyway, I mean, Valen, he's the dad of the family. Is kind of in a personal bag of nightmares, thanks to my lovely sister being as dark as she is. So there's that. It's definitely he is in the engine room of the trauma train, just shoveling coal in there. It's a little rough, but I'm very much looking forward to the rest of this episode. I have good reasons for keeping Rylan in the corner, mainly to protect his family. Uh, we do have other charismatic people in the party. Anywho, I'm rambling. I'm going to kick it over to Double Up, because I don't think we got you yet. So
Nope.
Okay.
Hello, I'm the Dubs, father of the Nubs, husband to the Foos, player of Pedrono, the half-orc cleric. He keeps the team alive. And back to food.
Friday energy is here. I think because we weren't here on Friday, there's like extra rambunctiousness. That's just been like pent up because we didn't have the time to release it on Netters. But here we are. Yes, hello, I'm Foos. I'll be DMing tonight. And just now that we've kind of introduced everybody and we'll be getting into things a little bit, we're just going to remind everyone that tomorrow's Power Rangers, because that's super fun and exciting. And we have our stream anniversary coming up in like a month. So we might be having some special stream for that. And it should be exciting. Oh no, Quiz Vogley. Plandy, get out of here. You're part of this. All right, Vogley, you can't look at your character sheet, all right?
No. Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
do
it. Do it
with a softball, all right, girl?
No. Don't
No,
be
you're
soft
good.
on me.
This
No,
is
it's
the first time
okay.
it's happened.
Don't softball
First time
me.
it's happened.
It's fine.
Well, actually, first off, what is your subclass called?
Battle Master Fighter?
Correct. Good job.
That is
Correct.
that's what a subclass is.
Correct. What are your special abilities called? This is trying so hard to help you.
Special abilities like
Correct.
for the Battle Master, not for the
Correct.
Dragonborn. Okay.
Correct.
Maneuvers.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Last question for your maneuvers.
Okay.
Do they come back on a short rest or a long rest?
Short rest. I knew that one.
All right,
Can
Vogley,
we do one more?
congratulations. No, we're good. You did very well.
One more.
Good.
Do I do
Oh,
one
you're
more?
good. You're good.
No extra credit.
You get a D10 inspiration for getting all those correct. So you get to keep that in your back pocket. Good job, girl.
Go ahead,
it does.
Mandy.
If she gets it correct, because I want to reward her. Because if we're doing something in the middle of this, she's put on the spot.
that
she
was
gets
great.
some inspiration.
I'm
So,
very proud of you.
well done.
You're
Well
Lord
done,
now.
girl.
Go ahead, Mandy.
Good job.
You know what you gotta do. Go,
Thank
Mandy.
you guys.
All right, it's fine because Flandy was a part of this and he didn't know there was inspiration involved. But don't cheese the inspiration system.
Oh, I
by
wasn't.
Vogley every 3 seconds.
I did that to counter what he did to Vogley.
Oh, I know. No, but I was just saying in general. Just so I could see, like, I don't know, someone. All right, now that has happened, Flandy, we need a pronunciation of Vrorum, if you don't
Oh
mind.
shit.
You can do it, Flandy.
Oh no.
It is!
No.
That's very confusing.
Yeah.
Flandy, I
That's
think
a
you
bad
got
mod.
it. But if you take it off, I want to take it
Yeah,
off. I
that's
think
the
you did it.
closest you've gotten, and that's only
Yeah.
because
It
staggered.
really sounded
Yeah.
like pretty good.
True.
Cheap names.
All you have to do is speak in triplicate from now on, and you got this.
Yeah. I have to tell you, like,
Can you take the
we're,
voice?
2?
Unfortunately, Dragonet Rest didn't hear you, so.
I wonder if it's coming through. Okay.
Oh, that's true. It might not be parsing through. It might just parse into one channel.
Yeah, no sound from
Ooh.
Flandy. Yeah, all right. So only we're hearing
Oh.
that. It's not coming through for the
Oh,
recording.
what?
You can't
I
game the
also go
system,
see
buddy.
Flandy's video.
Oh yeah, no, I don't.
On
I don't
stream.
even see. Did you guys hear him introduce himself? Did that do something?
We
Hold
heard
on.
him, but
Oh my
Well,
god,
not
did
really, no.
did nobody hear you introduce yourself? It is. Hold on. I think
No.
because you kept
Sorry.
hopping in and out. I guess it changed the URL every time. Usually it keeps it at like within the same period, like time period.
Aw.
But I think with your testings, it did some stuff. All right, Planny, keep chatting, please. Can you guys hear him
Chatting.
now?
Voice box. 1, 2. Pow. Vroom vroom.
Yes.
okay, yes, okay.
Yes.
Good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for telling us. Flandy would have gone half the episode just talking, or we would have talking to nobody.
Why can nobody hear me?
I know, right? Flandy, do you want to do your introduction again? Because I feel like
I don't remember it.
probably
I'm going to be
lost.
honest with you.
I mean,
I
you
just
could just-
remember
You
I
were
had to
being
do
nice.
this guy. I shots fired at Valen and Nenners, both spontaneously. So that's the wrap up. That's the summary.
Okay, correct. He plays a furball. He always forgets to mention that, so I'm gonna add that part right now. He said that in his introduction, which nobody heard except us. So I'm gonna get his little information in there again.
Oh,
so you can hear,
goodness.
or read it again in case you need it. We're professionals. Okay, so all that out of the way.
I think Brother Group said it the best.
He's Flandy. He plays that guy. There we go. Perfect. That's actually pretty dead on. You know what? We can't hate here. So, doing our recap to kind of hop back into this episode. Essentially, the preventers have been in this desert city called Kimate Kimane for some time, investigating an influx of celestials and fiends alike in this area through various adventures along the way. They kind of built a name for themselves with the kings of Kimate Kimane, who noticed that they were doing good and decided that they could use their skills at this gathering that they were invited to. They mentioned that gatherings like this have happened in the past, but once they arrived, they realized it was quite different. But they decided to hire the preventers to kind of look around the space, try to get some information that they can otherwise not quite gather because they're playing the part of the kings and making sure that they're not doing anything suspicious while they're there. So the preventers are there on behalf of them to sort of take a look around, see if there's anything strange that they can figure out about this gathering and perhaps its true nature or the people who are there. So upon arriving, there were some attempts to sneak in magic weapons, which actually all succeeded. So all of your magic items that you stowed away on the dogs that came from the Death Coven have made it past the protection and security, thankfully. All of the team are decked out in their own sort of party special outfits, essentially, but with pretty much no magic. Making it past Wake, who seems to be a fey creature of some kind, who is acting as sort of the guide in some ways, but also a watcher. She has explained that she seems to have a memory that doesn't seem to forget anything, and there are 26 other copies of her. So after making it past sort of the food area and towards the main area for the gala, this party, some other wakes were spotted at various spots, sometimes on the guards themselves, watching and keeping an eye out. But after arriving and getting some food, a few tense moments were had as Valen recognized Knowles from his past, who killed his friends as well as many others in his village, who should have been dead, but seems to be alive and well here. Contemplating killing him in front of everybody, he was sort of talked down, thanks to mostly Ryland and a little bit of Irene as well. But also upon entering, Yurja recognized her mother, as well as two others from her her people who had been invited, and seemed to not quite understand why they're there. But her mother was at least happy to see her. But everyone was sort of moving around and sort of investigating various things that were here, as there are plenty of strange and new creatures and people about. Towards the end, the boys mostly were kind of walking off to the side to go meet with the furbolgs from Ryland's tribe. And Ryland was very briefly hit on by a satyr who seemed to catch his attention, or he caught his attention, and continued onwards. But I think Valen's intention was to essentially drop off Ryland with his people and then leave him there to go off and do other things. Meanwhile, the women, Irene and Nirja, took to the sort of dance floor where the assassin violinist that you have run into previously was playing music in the center as people sort of danced around that stage. Knowing that he has magical capabilities, it didn't seem as though he was enacting any of that currently, as Irene was studying him very carefully, and instead it seemed as though he was simply playing music. Noticing that a target of the goddess of poison and death, Talona, her target being a tiefling man called Bakaris, was on the dance floor, and Irene managed to dance her way into a sort of couple dance with him, and we ended the episode with her finally making it to meeting him essentially and speaking with him. So him being a target of Talona, but also seemingly having ties to the assassin bard as well. There's some confusion in the air, and hopefully we'll get some answers today. So with all that kind of review out of the way, I want to congratulate Ryland and Valen. The two of you won the inspiration from last episode. So Ryland and Valen, you have D20s tonight. I believe, Nunners, you already got a D4 from Kit in the chat. That was before we went live, I think, or before they saw our faces. So you have that. And then Vogley, because of your quiz, you have a D10 as well. So those are all the inspirations, as far as I know, if there's anything I forgot. Also, you have your birthday inspiration, I think, still, right?
I do. Okay, I also hear someone breathing into their mic.
I'm fine with you being alive, but not in your mic.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, it's right now. And it's gone.
Is that you, Dubs?
I don't have it on. Oh, that's the fan hitting it.
Can you put your mic on, please? Thank you. The fan was hitting it. We have the fuzzies behind the couch if you need it, in case the fan is bothering you. If it keeps going, let us know, because we can put the little fuzzies on. So who doesn't have inspiration? I'll hook them up. I think it's only Irene.
No.
Right?
Oh yeah. EM inspiration. God damn it, Dragon at Rest.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. I need it.
No.
I'm outnumbered right now. It's crazy.
No, you're not.
Okay, so we are going to pull into our session again, and sort of, I guess I'm gonna kind of do a quick check in with everybody and see what they want to do. I think I'm mostly gonna check in with the boys, because the women, I know that Near just kind of keeping an eye out on the dance floor and was possibly going to help Irene make the switch, but since it happened successfully, I'll go back to the ladies. But for the men, which would be Kodrono, Kemen, Valen, and Ryland, you are all with the Furbolgs currently. Let me get you guys on the map, because I'm talking about where you guys is, and ain't nobody can see it. Okay, there we go. So hopefully.
Do we spot a wild Duvessa?
Yes, you did. You saw it, and you immediately forgot because your memories were wiped after that.
That explains a lot.
What'd you say?
So that explains a lot.
No, that works out quite a bit. But yes, I'm gonna kind of pick up with you guys just to see. I know the intention was to sort of drop them off, but if there's anything that you guys wanted to say or do before you possibly part ways, or anything else.
No, I just give Ryland the proud Robert Redford nod, and kind of work my way back over to the party proper, and just note any potential discrepancy. He's on high alert. So he's looking for anything that looks strange in this really strange environment. And that's a stupid barrier, but potential threats, anything to be aware of, anything that his boy would need to factor into a situation should it break out.
Absolutely. All right. So I'm going to give you I think this is also going to bring up a few rolls depending on how you are going about this. If Valen is attempting to kind of look as normal as Valen could possibly look,
Valen
in
doesn't
blending.
give a fuck.
Okay. So go ahead. You can give me your investigation as you are trying to take in the room. But know that with this, you are absolutely nice, good rolls. God damn. You are absolutely being noticed as you are doing this. And I know Valen doesn't care, but I'm just making sure that that is clear. So Kemen is coming with you. Ryland is staying. Kudrono, are you going to stick with the Gith boys, or Rylando and the Furbolgs?
The guest boys.
Okay, so the Gith boys and Kudrono. So it's the Green boys. It's Team Green.
Team Green.
Hell yeah.
Moving out. And Ryland, you are staying here, I believe. Ryland, is there anything you're going to be doing while you're here?
He's gonna be figuring out the secrets to the universe. You just need to roll for that.
No, I do not need to roll. You need to roll for that because there is no way. Rolling makes it seem as though there's a chance. You don't have one. Just to be clear.
What if you take some hallucinogenic that just blows his mind out of his body?
Oh dear. Yeah, he's just chit chat with the clans, getting sharing some information, talking about the promise, all that fun jazz. Just vibing.
Yeah,
See if there's any good beats that they haven't shared with him yet that he'll figure out casually in conversation, like, oh, I forgot to tell you.
Okay. I think while you're there, Hasina will kind of let you know that she is not very happy to be there, but she does imagine that she also mentioned this last episode, but I'll say it again, but she plans on participating in at least one of the events just because she's trying to find out what the heck is going on here. So she's not sure which yet, but whenever they're announced, she's going to see which one she wants to step in.
Were any of those events sparring?
I don't know, to be honest. Have you heard anything about it?
I heard. It makes me concerned, because I've heard we'll be surprised type thing, and that usually doesn't go well in these settings.
Well, yeah, these settings. Wait, I mean, as far as I know, this is a new setting for you and me. But in general,
I've learned a lot through Valen.
He is rather wound up, isn't he?
Well, he did just see the people who killed his best friends in villages and whatever made him want to be a necromancer. They're here.
That was a loaded sentence, but understood.
I think that makes you a preventer now. He's kind of lighting the food.
She's just tilts her head. This is just no. I'm still training to be chieftain. May I remind you?
Honorary member.
She smiles for a moment, but just sort of keeps her eyes peeled for sure. Even though Ryland is near her, she's still on high alert. But she'll kind of, while she's looking around, will still address Ryland. Are you planning on, I guess, participating in any of these events as well? Any of you, I guess?
I didn't know. I don't know that we were told that they were out of character. I don't know if we were told that there were events going on before we got here, right? We just kind of got here and events.
Yeah, because the kings didn't know either.
I wasn't aware that there were any events going on. I imagine it's kind of funny because I think he would imagine this anyways. I imagine Irene's probably dancing somewhere, or maybe even trying to sing. Valen's probably going to unintentionally start a scene. Maybe it is an event, maybe it's not. It's going to be an event, though. I guess it depends on the event.
Yeah, I guess it does. And knowing the nature of these things and everybody we're surrounded by, I sincerely doubt it will be clear until we are knee deep in it, I guess. But Here we go, I guess.
It's curious, though. The amount of people here, all the auras, what they mean exactly.
Yeah.
Be nice if it
Strangely
wasn't.
enough.
You were saying?
Go ahead. After you.
Ryan's just like, I can see this being very nice, and probably something we would do if it weren't for the sneaky underlying whatever's going on here.
I was going to say it is a strange perversion of honesty. The honesty of our people is given because it is given with respect. But here it is given with, it is taken. Nobody has a chance to say whether they want to look different or not.
I'm sure there's a few who have figured out a way around that.
That is an incredible amount of arcane knowledge that I can't bother to comprehend at the moment. But if that's the case, then that adds another layer to this.
I imagine he's doing exactly what I'm doing right now, just like eating like just regular finger foods and be like, we should keep our eyes peeled.
The two of you, like, the two of you looking over everything and like, we're fucked. Eating and like, oh no. Just a couple of honest people in the corner of a bunch of deceivers. Yeah.
I was just doing. He's like, oh, do you think I could cast a smite through like a chair leg if I needed to?
Did you break the chair leg off the chair already, or is the chair still attached to the chair leg?
That's a good question.
I appreciate that.
Because if you break it off, then it's kind of like a stake, right? And then that would likely.
Well, I think I can do it with just a punch. I'm not as good at punching as you. It's been a minute.
That's correct. But also, I don't know if even mine. I don't know if your divine energy would classify your fist as a weapon, despite what you may think.
Well, if you read chapter 5, paragraph 7.
Okay. It's like eating. He's listening, but is like, oh, I'm just gonna distract myself with some food at the moment. But yeah, unless there's anything else you want to convey, I will leave you be.
They're just chit-chatting and small talking and being silly.
Absolutely, no problem. All right, so Valen, as you are leaving this space, you're heading back to like the main party, or where are you heading exactly?
I guess he's looking for the ladies at this point. Not trying to like circle the wagon, but just kind of clock where everybody is.
Looking for the ladies.
Not just not specific
He's
set
a
of ladies.
bachelor after all. No, you're good.
I know where Stater's at.
Yes.
Okay, so you got an incredible investigation check. So there's a bunch of things that I think Valen is going to clock throughout on his way to making sure he has an eye on his teammates. I think is what it is. So the first thing you clock as you're walking out of this space is that the satyr is indeed still staring at Ryland from afar. That gaze doesn't seem to have broken, even though he is quite a distance away. There are a few others around the satyr who kind of seem to be chatting, and he's chatting as well, but still looking in that direction. As you continue onward, the gnolls are still there, but they're still in that position from when Ryland asked them very nicely to move aside. So they aren't quite blocking the walkway, but you do manage to kind of catch that as you're walking through. And as you continue still, there are many creatures here that you don't recognize, that you haven't encountered before. But with a 27 investigation, I think one of the ones that kind of sticks out to you is there seems to be sort of a tall, winged person who is mostly kind of draped in a lot of really expensive looking like robes and long flowing cloths. But it's hard to kind of make out details as there is a hood that's kind of hovering over the face and otherwise covering a lot of things. The one thing that is exposed that is very obvious to see are very large, pale, leathery wings that are kind of folded against the back of the entire outfit. But just in noticing this figure in the crowd, it seems to be staring intently at the violinist that you also are coming to recognize is in the center of the stage. And as you are noticing that, you can see that Irene has indeed made contact with Bakaris and is currently dancing with him. And that Nirja seems to be kind of close-ish as well. She's also she's near the dance floor, but I don't believe Nirja is actually dancing. Is that correct, Boggy?
Nirja is not dancing. She is doing her current two missions. The first mission is to make sure Irene doesn't disappear, and the second mission is to do what the kings asked them to do, which is to do recon. So she's noting faces, she's noting clothing, trying to keep as much information in her head as possible to report.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So you just see Nirja with head on a swivel, but still keeping an eye out for Irene as those two are dancing. But do you get it, Nennis? Yeah, you're killing bugs.
The old gun foos.
Oh my god. But it is a bit of a walk for you. It's not, like it's going to take a ton of time, but I'm just going to kind of like scoot you over to about here-ish. And hold on. While you are here as well. Oh, wow. My map did some goofy things there. Did that do goofy things for you too?
Okay, hopefully back. Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, hopefully it stopped, but it looked like it was just dancing around for a bit. But there are two other things that you notice kind of a little more casually, and one of them is that you have encountered her before. You didn't speak with her directly, but you do recall your friends in the Astral Market speaking to this woman before. But it seems to be a dark-skinned woman in sort of lavish purple dress of some kind with various sort of gold accessories, necklaces, beads in her hair, kind of looking about the area, but not speaking with anybody at the moment. It seems to kind of be twirling a very thin looking, it almost looks like it's like a giant needle in a way. Not like thick, but like a knitting needle, but like a very just thin piece of gold between her fingers. But I'm looking around you, recall that this is the lady that Ryland bought Rucy's magic toys from in the past at the Astral Market. And that she likely called him a few names, if you remember correctly as well. But she seems to be here, and you recognize that she was at the Astral Market as well. And lastly, in the very corner of your eye, as you're kind of looking at the dance floor, essentially, beneath it, you recognize a similar kind of teal-colored outfit that you also met at the Astral Market, who supplied you with your Staff of Frost, a mage of some kind, seated on a very large plush couch, not too far from the dance floor, just seemingly enjoying and looking around. Has not noticed you, but you did recognize this person.
Okay. He'll address the lady first, if possible. But good evening. It's been a while since I think we've had the pleasure. That's what you say, right?
Months, yeah. I believe. Good evening.
You check time well in the Astral. I'm impressed. This is probably not the appropriate place to ask, but my friend tragically lost his stick of returning, and I would like to procure another one, or satisfy. Obviously, not now, not the time and place. I get that, but if at the future, at some point, we could arrange a purchase of another one, I'd love to do that.
If you are interested in business, the courier system would allow us to do so. I can send one your way if you really need to, and I can't say I'm terribly surprised that your friend lost a stick of returning.
It does sound rather foolhardy, I understand. But I assure you it was in somewhat dire circumstances.
I'm sure it was. And as she's speaking with you, there is a soft kind of glow to her that feels sort of like iridescent and a little different from what you've seen with your friends for the most part. But as she's kind of talking and moving her head, you're seeing sort of like a dish of a halo behind her head, like appearing and then sort of like flickering out and then flickering back in.
Similar to my Gift Jesus look?
Similar, but not identical. Yours is very much manufactured by the movement of that stone that kind of circles around the back of your head. This feels like it's a solid, static sort of halo effect.
Okay. Well, thank you. I have to ask, what part of that headdress thing that I'm not cultured in terms of formal decor, but that is an interesting accessory.
Not an accessory, much like your fancy little lights. Involuntary in being here. But I guess being one of your kind, you might have a better time figuring it out for yourself. So I'm just going to direct your attention, and she kind of motions across the way at a platform that you haven't gone in the direction of yet. But I'm just going to kind of give you an arrow to let you know which direction she's pointing in. But off in this direction, you can see that there are two other winged women who seem to be kind of in a conversation of some kind that is very intense at the moment. One of which seems to be kind of mostly in sort of off-whites and pearlescent looking outfits, and it almost looks like it's armor, but it's clearly not. It's just kind of ceremonial, almost like ritual armor to make it look like it is functional, but it's clearly for decoration. And she also seems to don that halo effect behind her head. And her eyes are kind of alight with a glow that looks like it's not because of this environment, but simply a natural state of being. The other seems to have very... What is this? Oh, these are pretzels. Thank you. I'm getting pretzels. The other seems to also have wings, but these are sort of dark red and tattered and sort of blackened towards the ends. This woman seems to be kind of in an actual ball gown of some kind, but seems to almost mimic as though there's a weapon in her hand, but you don't see one currently. And behind her head, there is just the faintest outline of a sort of halo dish that sort of like flickers in and out. And instead, like the horns that are coming out of the front of her head seem to kind of glow every time that halo flickers out. So those two are having a very wonderful conversation, but I imagine you can kind of piece together what's happening now.
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't want to bother you any further, but if you could send the courier over at your earliest convenience, we'd appreciate that.
We'll both need cat butt. We will both need to visit the courier should business be done. I can meet you there later if you'd like.
Sure. Valen's like, well, we'll see how this night ends.
She seems to be kind of taking in all of Valen's reactions, and there's something about her that looks like it's slightly amused, and she's not really bothering to try and hide it. But after he kind of looks off, she just chuckles for a moment. This is not your scene. Or speed, really, is it?
No. I hate it here, but any luck it'll be over soon.
I think the only luck that will have you not here anymore is the kind that sends you flying off this magic floating party.
I came prepared for that.
You know, I expected you would. Judging by she kind of motions over your attire, as some of the sort of like runes of the magic spells kind of shimmer just a little bit.
Yeah, trust is hard to come by, and I've seen one too many unfriendly faces to let my guard down. And I imagine you have taken precautions as well.
Anyone who hasn't deserves what's coming to them.
Agreed. Right. You don't seem to be here on a business purpose, though, if you don't mind me asking. A friend of the host?
No, absolutely not. Curiosity, I suppose. I find my way to many different places, and when I was invited to this, I figured I could at least take a look. And as mentioned, I ensured that I could leave if I needed to.
Excellent. Well, assuming this party doesn't end with everyone plummeting to the ground, we should compare notes.
All right. When we get to the courier, we can exchange details.
Let's get insight.
What are you also looking for as your
He's just trying to look for like intent. Like, yeah, we want to share information, but I'm not sure if it's like if she's like, you know, if this is going to be an equal exchange or if it's good faith. You know what I mean? Like,
right,
that kind of thing. Because bad data is a thing, and Valen ain't got time for that shit. So here's my mighty insight roll.
Here we go.
Look at that. Yes, that's what we want. That's what we like. Let's go.
Like, folks. She is a little hard to read for sure. But in what you're getting and just sort of the conversation that you two were already having, it feels as though there's likely a bit of camaraderie between the two of you at the moment, where it's just like, I have no ties to anybody here, and I'm just trying to see what's going on. I don't trust nobody. So, in exchanging the information and a courier service of some kind, from what Valen is reading, it seems as though she's more interested in what the two of you might be able to share.
Okay, that's good. All right. I have to go find the rest of my friends, but I appreciate your conversation and time.
Good luck with your friends. I'll see you around.
I'll need it. And he'll try to find his homies.
No problem. All right, so you're heading off. So I will hop back to Irene and Bakaris. Actually, I'm just going to go to Nirja first, I guess. Oh, actually, no. You just said that you're keeping an eye out. You're not necessarily doing anything active.
Yeah, so, she's being a fly on the wall.
Sure.
And just being chill. Yeah. If somebody talks to her, comes up and talks to her, she's just going to be, oh, yes, hello. What's your name? What food did you like? You know, I really like this.
Because you are kind of like watching this scene, if there is a moment where you want Nirja to say or do anything, or like start moving in a direction, just, I don't know, make gestures or something so I know that you might want to. Yeah, or you can type or something, whatever. I'll just make sure that. But we can pop back to Irene and Bakaris, who are currently matched and are dancing as a couple right now. So, I'll move the thing over so we can see them. I'm gonna eat this pretzel that Dubs gave me a while ago.
Yay!
All right, so with the violinist on the stage behind you, the two of you are sort of dancing together, but there's a moment where, as you are, Bakaris kind of addresses you, and you are new to all of this, is what I'm getting. Most people who try to address me have an agenda of some kind. I imagine you have something you'd like to speak about?
She kind of looks around at the crowd. Are they still like kind of watching weirdly? Or like clearly like kind of double dutching to see if they can get it?
Yeah, I think you can like very clearly see that attention isn't necessarily glued onto the two of you, but there are glances every so often that are kind of trying to find that timing of like, when can I step in? So the two of you are certainly still on the radar, but not intensely.
She's gonna be like, one, you stand out, and two, it seems like I should. She kind of just like subtly like looks towards, nudges towards like the people that are kind of like waiting their turn to get in. You've got a long line, so let's see what the hype is about.
Interesting. I sometimes have difficulty making sure that people are here to help or otherwise. So I am simply here trying to make things a little better for those that I call my neighbors and my friends, of course.
You said Waterdeep, right? But it doesn't look like everybody here is from Waterdeep, so how can outsiders help you?
Being in the position that I am, I can ensure trade routes and safety for my people, essentially. That's the intention, is to make sure no one goes hungry, that we have enough provisions for everybody, and trying to keep crime low, all the very things that people are excited to talk about. But Waterdeep is a very big, impressive city, and the pocket in particular that I try to take care of runs into trouble from time to time. Where are you from, exactly?
Did I ever name that island? I don't think I did. Oh shit. Hold on. It should be.
Guess what?
This is a side note. She made this character years ago.
I think I did, but it was so long ago.
Oh no. Oh no.
Well,
So brought to
okay.
you by
She's gonna be
Comet
like-
Turbo.
She's gonna like generally describe where it is. Most people don't know where this is, but and then she's gonna be like, and I'm a member of the Nilnani tribe and the Kaikala tribe, which is my last name.
Well, I'm gonna do a quick history check on him, see if he knows what the hell you're talking about. Because he might not, but we'll give it a shot. Hold on.
So many sheets.
After you say that, there's a moment of kind of trying to parse out the location that you gave him, and then eventually, yes, quite a remote civilization, if I remember correctly.
Wait, you know? No one ever knows.
I mean, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting someone from your island, but I believe I know where it is on the map.
That's her full like expression, just like words I never thought I would hear, ever, since leaving the Isles. Oh wow, you really are well traveled and well, or at the very least, well read.
Yes, unfortunately not as traveled as I would prefer it to be. I believe a certain amount of exposure is important for people to be considered. But I do my best to keep track of who might come from where.
So, considering your goals, how might a wandering island girl help you?
I'm not entirely sure, to be quite honest. What can you offer?
She, when she was saying that, she was kind of pointing back. I think the Phoenix stuff is still kind of going off a little bit, right?
Yeah, no, your wings are still going.
Yeah. So it's on one hand, power, obviously, but on the other, she's just like, well, I can't say I compare to him, but I tend to have a way with people through music, and when all else fails, through the arcane.
Give me an insight check, actually.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna insight check right now.
Irene out here offering Warlock wood.
Would you like to sign a pen, sir?
You know what? That's actually not bad. I feel like everyone's rolling real bad on insight lately. I feel like that's a high number I haven't seen it in a little while. But as you're kind of looking over him, there is a sense of like, he seems a little guarded for many reasons, whoever might be around watching, of course. But there is like an honesty that is there as well, that Irene is kind of able to kind of tap into and read a little bit into it. But as soon as you mentioned power, there was sort of a recoiling from him for a moment. But as you continued speaking, he was listening intently. And once you finish, there's a pause before he responds. I worry that often people lean on that kind of power too often. Things should be able to be solved without muscle as much as I would like to hope. But I appreciate the offer.
I actually agree with you there. Sorry, irritated throat.
You okay?
This is a last resort, but unfortunately, where we are, we have to lean on that a lot just to survive.
I would be lying if I said I haven't as well, or that others have not protected me in ways that resulted in such things. I just tried to avoid it.
That's good. I like that. So, God, my brain is scrambled like an omelet. It's folded. I'm sorry, not scrambled. See, I can't even get that right. Look at that. Friday, baby.
Friday, Saturday.
That's right. Thank you, Dubs. Can I get a Dubs bonus?
No, you can't get a Dubs bonus. Oh my god.
Friday.
Yeah.
We should make sound clips of that so we can play it every time we're being stupid. But go ahead, Mike.
But yeah, a quick scan of how people around are like reading this exchange.
Okay. It's not that you can't do this. You absolutely can. It's just it's hard to kind of get a glance to like really read. You can tell if they're looking at you, but if you're trying to see kind of like intensity or anything behind that, it is going to be a relatively high DC. But if you're just kind of seeing like how many are looking in your direction, that's easy enough. I guess it depends on what Irene is looking for, I guess.
I
Just
think
trying to-
first, yeah, she'll see how many are looking in her direction.
Sure. All right, so give me,
Also, looking at
perception
no
check.
sorcery points is rough. I need to replenish that, and I don't know if I can here. Do you want insight?
Ooh. I did ask for perception, but a natural one.
Oh, okay.
So,
Wait,
yeah,
hold on. My perception is 1, so
so it's a 2.
that's a 2.
That's a natural 2, baby. No,
I
okay.
feel like
Natural
she
1.
just starts to look around, and then an eyelash falls on her eyes.
I'm just like, oh dear, are you okay?
Eyelash or glitter? I'm sorry. I don't usually trust that.
Yes, there is plenty going on in the environment. Nubs is yelling, but as he's saying that, and with your kind of poor perception at the moment, go ahead and give me a quick performance check. You're starting to see that, like, in this moment of weakness for Irene, someone else was trying to kind of like step in on this as you're kind of like, oh, my eye. With one hand off of him, someone was trying to kind of come in. But Irene recovers. And as you see one
Maybe bumps her across the room.
Hip check.
a woman seemed to have been kind of closing distance. But when she didn't even kind of get too close before Irene recognized and kind of spun away. But Bakaris also seemed to have recognized and just smiles for a moment. But anyway, eyelashes out of the way, I suppose.
Yeah, as she's recovering, she's just like, how did you... Oh, I'm sorry, where did you learn to dance like this?
That also comes with the territory of making friends and making sure certain people are willing to help when necessary. Are you here representing your tribe of the island?
Yes and no. She's gonna kind of like, without giving away too many details, but kind of like give a very, very short and not incredibly informative like summary of like how she wound up with a phoenix and why that was bad and what that resulted in, and then kind of cap it off of, actually, there are people watching this, so maybe I shouldn't be summarizing and expositing in such a way. That's rude. I'm sorry, everyone. So I'm not going to be lazy today. Yeah, she's going to pretty much be like, I'm sorry, I asked the question again, Foos. Sorry. No, I'm this answer here. I apologize. I am in that.
He was asking if you were here as a representative from the island, essentially.
Oh yeah. To that, she's like, yes and no. My island, my home. You spoke about the politics you have to deal with in Waterdeep. The politics over there are complicated in an elemental sense. And someone like me, and she's like, gestures at her skin, her hair, is not normally the scion of a phoenix. And so, when I turned out to be one, things got very unpleasant. And there was war. And a lot of tragedy, and I was forced to leave. I wanted no part of it after a while. They were trying to mold me into something I was not. And I've been on the road ever since.
Sorry for the tragedy of war that you have experienced, but I suppose my direct question should be, did you receive a letter while you were there to arrive? I imagine, well, as far as I'm aware, most have received some kind of formal invitation.
She laughs at me. I have been on the road for, I don't know how many years, but it's been a lot of years. Insert X years. However, are you familiar with Kimate Kimane?
Of course, yes.
We're trying to help out with things that are going on there. And in the process, have found ourselves tangled up in this.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, I think everyone here is tangled in plenty of things, it seems. But
she kind of like to test him, but also like, indicate her. She makes sure he notices that her gaze kind of does a slow like eye over to the like bow bitch. So yes.
Mm-hmm.
You've had encounters?
No, I don't believe I have.
That is nice.
It is. And please don't take any offense, but there are plenty others I do need to speak with.
That is the most.
Absolutely. Well, she doesn't say it like that. That's me. I'm contrary. But
No problem. But he kind of seems to be like leading you in a direction where he can kind of separate from you, but is very much sort of making sure that you have an option to stay or leave if you wanted. Is not kind of forcing you to leave, but is just like, I am
information out of him if he's like trying to move on. Like,
yes, that's fine.
She'll run into him later.
Ask him who we made a pact with.
I'm sorry.
The other way out. Just open that door. Wide open.
This is why Ryland is stuck in the corner. He'd be like, excuse me, sir.
I couldn't understand anything you said, Flandy. I don't know what
Give Neb the treat.
happening there.
He did.
You gave Nubs the treat?
He is working on it. Okay. So no, he is working on it. But hold on.
Yeah, Riley would just show up and be like, why does the poison bitch goddess want you?
She's not rushing into that one. That's very, very sensitive information. And also, she's not going to tell him that he's a target right now. She's just trying to figure him out and get more information from Valen if possible. But yeah, she knows that if you turn the screw too tight, then you're not going to really get anything. So she, naturally starts dancing with someone else. It was just like, it was a pleasure. And, lets it proceed naturally.
He smiles and also a pleasure. May we both find some enjoyment here at the party.
Mm.
About that, Yeah, no problem. But he kind of twirls you off, and you find yourself.
Seem like he's at home here.
Oh, you can give me another insight check for that.
Yeah, Maya, go! You can do it.
Oh my goodness!
Oh,
It was higher than the other
Like,
one. Here
this
you
is
go.
a thing he's okay with.
Hold on. I will get back to you once I give Nubs a treat. In typical camera fashion.
Yeah.
Aw.
Oh, I love the grabby hand with the paws.
Yep, he's very
Yeah,
gentle.
Nubby.
Yep. Oh, you dropped it, buddy. They have to see you bite it.
He dropped it again.
He did. He's just eating it on my keyboard right now. All right, buddy. So,
Oh, I'm sorry, Foos.
no, you're good. Do not apologize. This is hilarious. Okay, there you go, buddy. Can you not eat it here? Thank you. Okay, bye, buddy. All right, but with your incredible 20 insight, as you're both kind of parting, and he says that last comment, it doesn't feel like he's enjoying being here. It seems like he's trying his best to kind of check off a few things on the list, essentially. He's being very careful about who he's speaking with, how long he's speaking with them, and where he might need to go next. The only thing you see him genuinely enjoying is actually dancing. But otherwise, the conversations and what he is currently engaged in is very measured and not a good time for him.
Okay, good. Because if he was enjoying himself, she would be like, Valen, I think we can kill him.
This man is enjoying this party. He must die!
Nah, you having too much fun. You gotta go.
Yeah. Oof, not a problem.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
She's gonna she's gonna study the crowd a little bit. Is there any other persons of interest here? Did the king ever get with his boo thing? Like, what's
Did the king ever what?
get with his boo thing?
Oh, the Elven King?
Yeah.
As you're kind of separating, no, he does not seem to have connected with her, but they seem to be closer together. And you can see that he's seemingly inching his way closer, but has not made the transfer yet. But you can go ahead and give me if you're trying to do this subtly, it would be perception, but you will need to give me performance as well. If you don't care, you can give me a flat perception or investigation, whichever you prefer. But everyone will notice that you are like, let me get a good look at everybody here.
Appearances are important, I imagine. So there's my performance.
Oh, perfect. We like it. Let's go. Keep it up.
I sensed it. I knew it was coming. I fucking knew it. I was like, nah, that rolled too high. The universe has to balance itself out. What?
We go back down. The good news is nobody knows that you're looking around. The problem is you're not looking around real good. So you're not really noticing anything, but thankfully nobody is noticing you noticing nothing.
Hold
So
on,
that's
goodness.
what's
Hold on.
What's up?
Considering that is a
Buddy,
critical
you know.
performance,
She don't got
could
no-
it be that she doesn't have to look around that hard because she is an eye catcher already?
Not in this sense, unfortunately. If you're trying to recognize people and you're trying to kind of play it off, this was simply making sure that you didn't stand out as you were doing that. You are blending in well, and thankfully that means that no one's really noticing. But you also
don't even see her in the crowd anymore.
there's a lot of noise. There's a lot going on. And poor Irene is a little busy, I suppose, with that. But from your just perspective, you saw those two dancing for a decent amount of time.
Cool.
And obviously you can't hear what they're saying as there's a lot of noise in between them and you. But you can recognize that conversation was had. And after some time, Bakar seemed to kind of lead Irene to go in a different direction before he was paired up with somebody else. But you can see that Irene is kind of blending into the scene pretty well. You can obviously spot her. She's very easy to spot in any way. So that you're never going to lose track of your friend. But she certainly seems to be blending in with the scene, which is likely a bit of relief from Nirja. But from Nirja's perspective, so far so good.
Okay. Nothing. She's just clocking people. She's just noticing people,
actually,
noticing their garb. What? Yeah.
Give me. Sorry, I realized that last time you noticed something. Give me a perception check at advantage. Just if she's
Okay.
like keeping up with things.
Yeah.
I just want.
The last
she
time
might
I
have
noticed a person that I didn't tell
Correct.
anybody who
Correct.
I noticed. Okay.
Yeah.
Perception with advantage. Oh, cool.
Correct.
0. Plus 0, guys.
But you have advantage, so
Thank
it'll
you
be
for the
okay.
advantage. I appreciate it.
Well, you know what you're looking for.
Oh,
Very nice.
Really?
Very
Yes!
nice.
Okay.
And seeing
Give it to me.
that person, when you go back to like keeping an eye on everything and focusing on Irina as you were, when you go to look back at that spot, gone.
Okay. I'm just making a note of that.
Yeah, go right ahead. No problem.
Where'd it go?
They're gone.
Okay. If the person is super gone, she's gonna try and see if she can catch the person leaving, and if she can't, she's just gonna be like, oh well, like I can't do anything about that, and then just continue to clock other people.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you even seeing if they were on the move would be part of that perception check to see if you had any visual of them. And in surveying the area, you don't see
That's a no.
this person at all.
Got it.
What if she
Cool.
used pocket sand?
What'd you say?
What if she used pocket sand?
Pocket sands.
Pocket
I don't think
sand.
that's gonna help her at the moment, but she's welcome to try. But yes, you unfortunately lose track.
Okay, so then if that's the case, she's gonna make note and then just continue to look at people in the crowd and also continue to occasionally observe the bow bard and try and get an idea of what he's like, considering what she's heard from her friends about how he's been fighting, and just to try and see if there's any weakness at all that she can find.
Oh boy.
Probably not, but
I'm just trying to see what kind of role I'd make you roll for this. So it's quite a bit. And like I imagine you're just mostly studying, this is gonna sound ridiculous, but studying him from a physical perspective, right? Like how he carries himself, how he might be a fighter in some way. Like that's okay. Got you. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
Insight. Normal. Okay. What's happening?
That reaction was great.
+0. Here we go. That is not high enough.
It's not only is it difficult for many different reasons. One, he is still masked. His full body is covered. There isn't an inch of skin that you're seeing there. Every movement is very, very measured to playing this music. And you can kind of see he's sort of swaying with the music as well. So it seems mostly that you're just picking up that this is a man that is very passionate about music, and you are watching him fully enveloped in it.
Okay. Is it possible for Nirja, since he's masked and since that kind of frustrates her, is it possible for Nirja to think about if there is where the attachments for the mask are?
Due to the nature of his mask, there's a hood that kind of pulls over it, so anything beyond like here is lost to that, unfortunately.
Okay, so awesome. Then if that's the case, she's gonna look around. She's just gonna clock, like, she's just gonna think about any of the people she's met recently who have been in her life recently and try and look for people like that. And also to try and look for any potential enemies of those people. Just sort of systematically going one by one and just taking your time, like reminding herself of when she would, do guard duty, things like that, and try and occupy her time with a whole group of people. So she's going to look to see if anybody reminds her of Kelren. She's going to look for anybody who could potentially have dealings with dragons, like dragon hunters, things like that. And then I'm not sure if Valen was very explicit about when he told her about his past and that specific nerve of trauma. I don't think he did, but she's gonna. If he did, then she's gonna look for Knowles. Just kind of doing that systematically.
She's looking for everything.
Everything.
Essentially.
But particularly those things. Those are the things that she's thinking about first.
All right, sounds good. There are certain details that obviously you'll struggle to pick up, like even in a normal setting, just because at the moment everybody is dressed to impress at the moment. So like even if they have a particular job outside of this, it might be difficult to know because they're in a very nice outfit and it's it's not necessarily showing their strengths or their skills. But that doesn't mean you can't recognize who might be looking at someone or something like that. So much like with Irene and Valen, unfortunately, but he just went for the I don't care if people are looking at me. If you're trying to play this off and make it seem like you are not looking around, I will need a performance and then your choice of investigation or perception. But if you don't care if people are staring at you, just roll me the perception or investigation regularly.
Okay,
There's nothing else.
Cool. This is hard. Okay, and then that one. All right, here we go. I clicked them.
I heard the clicks. Here we go. All right. Okay.
Oh, beautiful. Cool. Can I use a D10 on the performance, please?
Sure, absolutely. Go for it.
High roller, high roller, high roller.
Oh my god. All right,
It's not. I'm clicking it. It's just not. All right, fine. What is it? Slash roll.
Not, yeah. Slash roll 1d10 or just d10, yeah. Either way.
Unrecognized command. Cool. Slash
roll space 1d10.
Oh, space. Okay.
I had a feeling. I was like, I feel like there's no space here. 9. All right. So the performance becomes a 19 instead. Yay. So all right, there we go. It's like, so much like with Irene, thankfully Nirja is blending into the scene at the moment. And what she is taking notice of is not terribly obvious, what we'll say. But
what was that?
You rolled 6 D100s apparently.
I did nothing.
That roll though. Oh my goodness, girl. Go see a voodoo master.
It's not good. It's not good. You got 3 of those numbers on a D100 could be matched with a D20.
I didn't click anything.
2 of them could be matched with a D10.
Oh my god.
Maybe you cleared out all your bad karma for the rest of the session?
I don't know, but I honestly didn't click anything. Was it because I clicked the dice thing so many times? What happened?
I think that's what it was. I think the dice calculator, I don't know, like miscalculated something, and then you got this. But no worries. What?
Why did you?
God
damn.
Why are you guys so bad at this? Anyway, Nirja, no one else is kind of popping out to you at the moment. It doesn't mean that they might not later, but currently, in blending in, Dubs is the only one rolling decent. No one else is kind of sticking out to you at the moment.
Beautiful. Thank you, Foos.
No problem. I'm going to pop back in with Valen for a moment. Just
you guys
because... What's up? What's wrong? What happened? Oh, you guys. I didn't even see the rolls. That's why I was like, what's happening? Oh, okay. People are still rolling terribly. It's essentially what's happening. Hey! All right, now people are... Alrighty.
Please, for the lulz, we need a 2D100 from you, please.
Sure. Why not?
These were for bonuses to our next rolls, right?
Not even 100, baby. Anyway, Valen, you did spot your friends on the dance floor. Were you headed in that direction, or were you still kind of meandering and looking around?
He'll kind of stay at that intersection and just... He probably doesn't like that the Bow Bitch is there. He's looking specifically at his aura.
Oh, the bowman's aura.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see one.
Is he transparent?
Is he the only one here without an aura?
Seems to be.
Oh, what'd you see, buddy?
What does that mean? Can Valen do like an inner Arcana check on himself?
What is this Arcana check for?
Am I?
Well, Nenners is thinking it's because his soul is not here,
Hmm.
and I just want to see if he can come to the same conclusion. I guess.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
It's not that big of a leap. You know?
Arcana check. No, give me an
Correct.
Arcana check.
Yeah. Thank you.
Correct.
Arcananas.
Also,
It's a
Kate is
normal-
giving it to someone who is suffering. Who's suffering the most right now?
I would've rolled.
Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with mesothelioma?
No.
Yeah, kid.
It's not
That's
understood.
20.
Okay.
Dirty 20. Let's go.
It is a dirty 20.
Yeah, you're the
I
man.
think Valen is absolutely starting to make connections between things. It's a lot of these auras seem to be in reference to souls or something interfering with them, maybe what they are naturally. Sometimes you heard something being mentioned about their kind of skills and such, and I think Valen kind of putting things together is often, not always of course, but skills and talents are often hereditary as well, which might also kind of lead to a sort of soul tangling kind of nonsense in his own head and such. But for him to be the only one who is not presenting with some kind of aura or some kind of effect at all, and knowing that he kind of, like, you had the phylactery conversation as well with where his soul might be stored, or maybe he does not have one currently, or various other things. I feel like Valen would kind of lean in that direction and kind of understand that the physical body is perhaps a husk in some way. There is no tie to something else. Unless there's a way that it's hidden, but if there isn't anything showing in terms of color on the aura of this body, then likely it's just almost like an automaton in a way, a construct.
Valen's going to very carefully note that and make some adjustments to a spell, perhaps, in the future. But he'll leave that as it is. And the other thing he's going to ask is, he's going to plug his ears and see if he can still hear the music, like with no volume change.
All right. As you plug your ears, you do not hear the music as well. It's muffled, but it's still there.
All right, that's enough to go on. I guess lastly, just is there the wizard person?
Yes.
What is he glowing?
He is glowing a pale blue.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but he'll go over there to have a conversation.
Okay. Just so you know, the wizard man is over yonder. So you have to get on the, like, near the dancing stuff. And if you're trying to stay away from Bo Bitch, I'm just letting you know.
Oh no, it
platform.
wasn't like, yeah, he just,
Okay.
it wasn't trying to stay away. It was just like, can I observe from afar, kind of thing.
I'm just gonna study him from a distance.
Yeah.
That's
So which
essentially what's
platform
happening.
is that? Am I close? Am I by the?
He's not here. He's not here.
Is that Shumagorth?
What?
Yep, that is Shumagorth. You
God
don't
damn
know
it,
him.
Foos.
Stop! Of course it's not Shumagorth. But as you're on your way, I'm just gonna kind of mention, just because, like, oh dear, I made him real big on my screen. You guys can't see it, but hold on. Okay, there we go. As you are on your way, because what is that?
Oh, from my
Going outside.
distance, the
That's
lizard
outside?
man
Oh, whoa.
looked like
Yeah, sorry.
a ball of tentacles. That's why I asked about Shuma. Anyway, good. You're good.
Oh, I'm starting to get it now. Okay.
Yep.
Assuming that the green boys are walking in a pack of some kind. On your way over, I think Valen is keeping track of many different things, but there are plenty of people who are still kind of walking by you, walking in various directions and such. But there is one woman that seems to be walking directly towards Valen. And her hair seems to go from a sort of like a deeper orange to almost like a flaming yellow towards the ends. She has 2 horns that are kind of curled away from the top of her forehead, and is dressed in a very beautiful looking gown that sort of trails behind her. But as she's sort of walking up, she smiles and extends her hand towards you, and seems to be trying to lead you back to the dance. Valen, you can give me a, I would say, insight check to see if there's anything you can glean from this.
Oh boy. I almost feel like this should be a disadvantage for Valen. 13s, baby, all the way down.
There's something very familiar about her. She can't quite place it. But as she's coming up, her eyes seem to kind of glow a little bit, and as she blinks, it's almost like she's blotting out little lights each time. But walking up to you and extending her hand, I think you'd appreciate a dance with me.
Do I recognize the voice at all?
I think with your insight, it's hard
No.
to
Okay.
tell.
All right. Cool. Yeah. All right.
I have my
I know because like some magics do like appearance, others do
Yeah.
voice. So he was just trying to see this.
Exactly.
I don't, ma'am. With all due respect, perhaps a coffee would be better. He like intonates to his leg like.
Yeah, I understand, but it doesn't need to be intricate.
He looks at Kevin for guidance.
Kevin is full, just like, you see him kind of leaning in for a second. Do you know her?
Maybe.
Was that right, Foos?
It's
I'm
not
not
like
sure.
that. I don't know either way. She seems familiar.
Huh? Okay. How about this? You go ahead and I'll stay close. Kodrono and I will stay close. If we need to rescue.
Sure.
Yeah? Okay,
Sounds
cool.
good.
You see, like, Kemen leans into Kodrono and is like, all right, we have to keep an eye on Valen, all right? Just,
We understand each other?
yeah.
Okay.
Everyone seems to be speaking common, regardless of language barriers previously.
Valen just hears Ryle in the back of his head. I thought we had to stay in teams.
But as she takes your hesitation for a moment and then like reaches for your wrist and like gently pulls you. If Valen wants to pull away, she's certainly not like Iron Man holding your arm right now, but she's leading you off towards the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't think Valen knows how to dance. There's no point in any like in his history where that would ever be a thing that was done. So, but
I'll let you know right now. I don't know what I'm doing. But she purposefully keeps you towards the edge of like this sort of circular dance area, essentially, and not only to keep some space between the stage, but also to make sure that it's easier for the two of you to be lost in the movement of everything that's going on. And you're certainly not the focus. But I'll take a look at who you're dancing with. But
oh boy, okay,
it's this lady right here. I'm gonna make the artwork really big because I think she's real cool looking.
she is. That's Tifa.
But that's the lady. You are essentially you got pulled onto the dance floor with. But bless you.
Bless you.
Stop dying, Sadie.
Stop dying and bless you.
Apparently,
but,
beer makes you sneeze.
apparently. But as she's sort of leading and sort of, the dance is almost very like middle school-esque, where it's just like we're just gonna like hold on to each other and waddle a little bit. It's like there's really no like
max arm length.
Leave space for Jesus. No. Oh, like she's not like pressing up on you, but like it's enough to make it look appropriate for the environment. But as she is sort of dancing with Valen, you do hear the familiar voice of Lahiri's voice coming out of her. I wasn't really sure you were going to make it, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Of course she's here. Why would she be here? She wouldn't miss this. No, this is just a fucking. This is just a comedy of horrors. Yes, I made it. We're here on the behest of the kings.
I know who you're here on the behest of the whatever. Everyone's here because of a particular reason, and the person who is throwing this wouldn't allow you here if they didn't want you here either. So the kings invited you, but know that whoever is hosting this wants you here too.
I figured as much.
Mm-hmm. Are you
All
just
right.
out here making sure that you're very visible at all times, by the way? Because it seems like that's what you're trying to do.
I have nothing to hide.
Everyone has something to hide. And if not, everyone has something to take.
Interesting. I'm not sure if that's an observation or a element of your character.
I'll leave that up for you to decide. What I think is important here is whatever gatherings, whatever events he has planned, I think it's important that you and your friends, I suppose, participate in at least some of them. From what I've been able to gather, there will be information that is spread. Whatever is, if there's a winner, perhaps in some cases, I think it will be to your benefit to be there.
And you trust whatever information is coming from these events, these shindigs, these representatives?
I do. Most dead creatures can't lie very well.
Could you run that by me one more time? You said dead?
Yeah. You should know of all people that you can ask questions of the dead.
Indeed. Maybe my eyesight's failing me. I don't see anyone here who qualifies as such.
No, I handled that before I arrived.
Oh, I see. Okay. Anything else you want to share in terms of what I should be looking out for?
I think I have a lot of suspicions, but I think whatever information that we can gather from these, whatever they'll be, is worth sharing with each other. I will be participating as well, but if there's something I can do to aid you, or perhaps other way around, so that at least one of us comes out with something, might help.
What the hell? Why was it so loud?
Valen's inner conscious just like, now!
Yeah, it is. The only reason he is talking to her is because she helps his brother out, and that is it. That is the only reason this conversation is even happening. All right. I'll inform the rest of my team. I probably won't be participating, but they're far more physically talented than I am. Anyway.
I don't know what it entails, but if you take a look around, and as she kind of looks around as well, there are plenty of people of various body types here. There are plenty of sort of lounging, pompous, sort of plumped and pampered, like nobles here and such. So, as she's doing so and kind of looking back at you, I don't think it's going to be physical only.
This feels like an exhibition for captured creatures. It feels almost beneath us to participate in such things. I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, but social research is the worst kind. It's the most unreliable data you can get.
Well, I think that's the cause of, and she kind of like motions towards the auras that everybody seems to have, and hers in particular seems to be sort of like an orangey red.
I trust this isn't your true form, given. Just kind of nods at Bo Bitch in the corner.
No, it is. I don't have control over that.
Look at you being all vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Here for information, as I mentioned. Things, to put it simply, have been awry in both the Hells and the Abyss. And that's the first reason I started out on this adventure of mine. I'm quite sure the host has something to do with it.
He seems to be the architect of everyone's woes. He motions to the tiefling. What do you know about him?
Mysterious lineage.
Talona wants him dead.
Talana wants a lot of things right now.
She really wants him dead, though.
She does. He's very important to the host and is causing problems for everybody.
Do you want him dead?
I do. Oh, Bakaris.
Yes.
If it means we kill the bowmen, then yes. But not particularly.
Okay. What do you need to do it?
I'm not sure yet. I think more information about who he's tied to is most important. Because I'm not sure if you've noticed, and she kind of turns so that you can look at Bakaris over her shoulder without seemingly staring, obviously.
Yep.
But there's something not quite right. And as you're looking at him, much like Irene was seeing, there are things about Bakaris that seem to almost like wink out of existence, but there's no animation or anything. It's there 1 second and then it's gone the next. And it seems to be mostly with his horns. And sometimes it's even his pointed ears. There's a moment where they look rounded and regular, and then they go right back to being pointed. The horns kind of are there for most of the time, but in a blink are gone again and then back again. Sometimes his eyes look regular and humanoid, sort of white with black irises, and then it goes right back to his sort of glowing tiefling eyes. But it all takes place over time, and it's not paced in any kind of rhythm. It feels random, and right when you're expecting one, nothing happens. But instead, it always feels like it's when you're not expecting it at all.
I think I was looking at this wrong. I was looking for a single element of lineage. There might be multiple. Is it possible he has parentage in the Abyss and Hell?
That would be interesting, and I cannot say. And if it is, I'm surprised he's made it this far.
Well, apparently not. These guys a whole god trying to kill him. It's just a matter of time at this point.
I think she's interested in killing him, but not to the point where she's going to interfere.
I'm not sure she's even that predictable to herself, though, from what I've seen.
It's part of the reason I stopped trying to be aligned with her.
I think that's a discussion for another time. I have way too many questions about that. All right, so participate, get information, and then do... All right, so I understand from our perspective what we need to do. Why would he invite that here? You have all the cards, you have all the control, you have all the power. Why would you invite challenge?
Why, indeed. The only answer I can come up with is he doesn't see this as a challenge. It seems as though he doesn't feel threatened by anything.
Hubris, okay.
I haven't met him, and we are all going to soon. Maybe it'll shed some light.
All right. I dare say this is the most productive conversation we've ever had.
It needs to be. Because I think despite how much you don't like me and how much I kind of don't care, we're gonna need to help each other out. Because I have more things I would like to share with you, but I need to ensure my safety. And to do that, I can't really spread certain things just yet.
Always 6 of one thing, half a dozen of another with you folk.
Of course.
I'll share what I can if and when we get information.
Likewise. If I find anyone participating in an event that I happen to be involved with, I will help as best I can.
Okay. Thank you, I think.
You're welcome. You think?
He smiles and tries to escape the dance floor without destroying her feet more than he already has.
The middle school dance ends as she kind of ushers you away from the dance floor.
Yeah.
That is no problem at all. I'm just gonna pop back to Rylan just to make sure that if there was anything you wanted to say or do in that meantime, because there's a lot of things happening with everybody else, that you have an opportunity just in case. But I'm gonna come back to you, buddy.
I think.
Oh my god. Is he really loud to anybody else?
Wow,
Really
yeah.
loud.
Yes, you
Oh.
are. Just a bit.
What is going on with my system?
It's okay. You can keep talking. It just startled me at first.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't get it.
Wait, hold on. Twitch chat. Can you hear Flanny after the most recent audio shift?
I think they only couldn't hear him when he was like echoey doing weird stuff.
In triplicate.
But Franny, go ahead and talk.
I selected 5 channels when I did that. I was like, this one.
Yeah. All right. I just tested. We can hear you.
Okay.
Very loud.
I guess Rylan would kind of inquire about if there was a sign-up roster somewhere. Is this like intramural style, where we just go find or we just like hop in? Like how are these events happening?
Are you asking anyone or like?
Yeah, he's talking with Hasina. Yeah.
Okay, she very much does not know. That's why I was like, if you are you trying to ask like someone else or like I guess.
We already pissed off Wake up there. Is there anybody else here who seems like they are like tending to the business of the gala?
No, interestingly enough, like you don't need to check to kind of look at this scene and take it in. But other than the sort of giant armored statue guards of some kind and Wake, there don't seem to be any like personnel that are helping. And a lot of that is because the plates are kind of being magically disappearing from people and reappearing at the kitchen and at the with the cooks and such. But otherwise, there is no one really like tending to the guests.
And still out of character. Rylan, like I imagine he doesn't need a role for this, but he knows that getting Hasina to leave the group is going to be damn near like he'd have better luck finding out the secrets of the universe, right?
Than having her leave. What, like the people she came with?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have trouble with that for sure. You like, I think in talking to her, you would know that like she wouldn't mind if they stayed near, but she wouldn't like break line of sight with them, for example. Like, she wants to make sure that she can see them and they can see her at all times.
I had a feeling that was the case. I just wanted to make sure Rylan like knew for sure, like, hey, let's go get some food or let's go talk to this person over here to figure out. She'd be like, fuck you, no, you're dumb. I'll stay here.
No, she wouldn't do that. No. If that came up, she would just, say like, we need to make sure that they stay close, but we can venture off if you need to or want to.
Well, perhaps we should leave our comfort zone.
I mean, I think we both crossed that threshold when we got here. But what do you have in mind?
Well, I guess we're here to mingle, right? Get to know people.
Huh?
Maybe some useful trades. I don't know. That's much more your lane than it is mine anymore.
It is. Since you sort of look the part, and she kind of looks over your outfit in comparison to theirs, because they have more of the like natural tribal attire, whereas yours is still clearly influenced off of your, nature affinity, but it doesn't quite match theirs. But she makes note of it for a moment, and we can travel together, and I don't think that's too much of an issue. Lead the way. I'll be right beside you. And they'll be behind us.
Oh, he's gonna look over, like, he's gonna try to look over by the side without making eye contact. Has he noticed? What do you need me to roll to see if he noticed?
Absolutely. And from this distance, you can absolutely see. You can even see the eyebrow dance from the distance.
Well, I was saying, Riley's trying not to try to make it look like he's not being like he's not looking at him, and I imagine the DC is going to be incredibly high. But...
Yeah, it is. Go ahead, give me a performance. Especially because he's looking right at you. Yeah, go for it. Oh,
it's one of those things where like you think you're making eye contact with someone, they say hey and everything, you're like, hey, and then like the other person walks from behind you, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, you were. Ah.
I clicked it. Okay, yep. Yep.
Nope, he makes direct eye contact with you. And Ryland, you recognize that he has realized you have looked in his direction, and you see his smile broaden just a little bit more.
I feel like he's just gonna probably blush and look to Hasina again and be like, I have an admirer. I don't know how to handle that.
Already? We just arrived.
I feel like he's gonna kind of shyly what can I say?
I think with that, oh my god, Maya, that gift was just oh my god!
Fucking Foozca's so fast with that spray bottle.
I wasn't me.
That was me.
Oh, really?
That was me. Thank you very much.
Foozca's so fast with the spray
on the back. The spray bottle just kills me though. It's not that look, but it's that intensity for sure. Hasina, in reading your body language, is just okay. Do you want us to run blockers for you? I mean, we can usher you past this. Have you told him?
You know what? I tried. He's very interested.
I think she genuinely does laugh at that. And not because the idea of someone being interested in Ryland is hilarious to her, but just the helplessness that Ryland seems to have in this situation that is not even close to being dire, but it's just it's a problem. It's a problem we now have to handle. But as she's kind of laughing to herself, she just straightens up. Okay, maybe there's another way around. Maybe? I haven't really walked around here too much.
I already asked. It didn't seem like there was.
Okay.
Unless you have a scroll of jump.
I don't think magic is really working here the way we would like.
I know. All right. Let's go. I just know that it's going to be awkward.
I think she laughs again and just okay. Ready for the awkwardness, I guess.
Riley's just gonna kind of lead the group by, I guess. Just do nope, no thank you. Yep, we'll talk. Yep, nope. Yep, very nice.
You can see that he has one wine glass that seemed to have been emptied in the time that you were over there, and the other is now full. He hasn't put the empty wine glass down, and you know that because the second anyone tries to, it is whisked away and taken away from him. But he seems to have not put down the empty one and has a full one in the right hand. But as you were walking by, you see the kind of smile once again widen for a second. Hello, you're back.
Nope, just passing through.
Where are you headed?
I don't know.
I have a few things that I can recommend if you'd like.
Hold on.
I feel like that's actually what happens to Ryland. He just short circuits for a second.
He's like, actually,
Okay, folks.
do you know what events they're hosting later on?
What?
I know of at least one or two. Would you care to find out?
I don't think Ryland has any idea what that means. So he's like, yeah, what do you got? What's happening?
Oh, fantastic. And you see, like, he puts the empty glass down for the first time and you watch it kind of disappear. But he loops his arm in with yours and starts kind of walking you off in the direction of like, the dance floor, essentially.
I thought we were just... No, I'm definitely not a dancer.
That's okay. We can teach you. It'll be fine.
How about... Well, we have things to do, I think. But if you know any of those, that'd be great. And maybe we'll...
we dance.
Maybe we'll later.
You see him kind of like stop and look at you. Do you promise? I know your people. You can't lie.
He's not laughing. Philippe's laughing.
He's just in full discomfort mode.
Yeah, Riley's like, I promise if I'm available and things don't go the way I think they're going to go here, I will give you maximum effort to have a dance. Whatever that is.
You are making it sound like I should squeeze in whatever time I get with you now before you are too busy.
Has this guy ever heard of consent?
Satyrs? No.
They do, no, they do. Like, that's why he stopped. Like, he's not dragging you there, but the second Ryland was like,
God,
Ryland doesn't know what to do with himself, so he's
Yep. Ryland kind of like, I'll tell you what. It's not very often. I'm trying to get them to go intermingle with other folks, and I can't do that while I'm dancing. And if I dance with you now, they will most likely go back to their corner, and nothing will have been accomplished other than a dance.
We can all dance together.
Looks at the crew.
Give me an insight check. You look back and see. Okay.
Ooh.
One of the things that you know about Hasina in becoming in training to be a chieftain is there's a lot of study that goes into it. And as soon as you walked up, like, you didn't go to check on her or whatever, but she absolutely clocked the entire situation that was happening. And knowing that this is sort of like textbook satyr behavior and watching poor Ryland flounder in this attention, she looks very amused. But she also looks like she's trying very hard not to laugh at this situation. And when you kind of turn and look at her with big puppy dog eyes, you see her smile for a moment. And we can all dance together if you want, but I will leave that up to you.
How does the elder look?
Oh my God.
The elder has not looked in your direction since this has started. He seems fascinated with everything but the situation.
He's cloaking his shame.
After. You have my word.
Okay.
And
Then,
I imagine he did the motion to summon a rose, but thankfully that doesn't happen.
it's about the time that he's unhooking his arm from you that you do that motion, and you see him look over and I think you do have some grace about you. You'll be fine on the dance floor. I'll see you later.
And he's gonna kind of nod and then grab Hasina, like, let's go.
Hasina, like, grabs or just, like, walks with you, but you hear her just going the whole way as she's trying very hard not to laugh out loud. But as a little bit of space is had as the two of you are walking, you hear her kind of speaking low to you. You could just tell him to leave you alone, or just leave in general. Thing is,
That seems mean.
satyrs are known for wanting to have a good time and making sure that you have a good time too. But he's not going to force you to do anything. If you just say no, he won't bother you anymore.
I said no, but he did. He kept going. Anyways, I would rather fight. I found these undead little assholes in the desert. I think that was more pleasant than this whole exchange.
I would believe that. One of the things being that you're a paladin, that's kind of what you're meant to do. But let's just keep walking in this direction. And it just turns into a very kind of awkward walk as she's laughing, but Ryland is uncomfortable. The two of them are heading off. But where are you heading in particular? I couldn't remember. You were just.
I imagine he was probably So here's how I foresaw that going. I imagine he probably saw his friends on the dance floor as he was walking up. But given this whole interaction and the awkwardness of the dancing, he's probably gonna fuck the complete opposite direction.
I'm just gonna go over here. This is bullshit.
Of note, though, I will point out as we're approaching, before we're within earshot, he'll point out the asshole gnolls there, those people.
Gotcha.
I don't like but they deserve it. They definitely deserve it. And if you figure out a way, just let me know.
While we're here, I don't think there's correct protocol. But I think, should we find them outside of this?
I did get them to move out of our way, though. He'll say kind of proudly.
She just smiles and nods. Good for you. So, it seems as though there are a few things that people recognize here that aren't great. So I guess we're heading in a direction in hopes that people are better here? In this direction, at least?
Yeah, let's see what we can find. There's gotta be.
So I'm going to move you in the general direction I think you're going, because I imagine you're going to be going this way?
Yeah, yep. I feel like the honesty part of it would be really. Oh god, no!
You didn't know, but he was just walking behind you the whole time. No.
I feel like it would be break his honesty if he went to the dance floor.
We're not. No. Okay,
you ever break your oath on a dance floor?
Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
That's amazing, to be quite honest. But yeah, so you're heading in that direction. You go ahead and give me a. This is again kind of pulling with everyone else you've seen kind of go through this as well. But a performance check if you're trying not to look obvious as you were looking around, and then an investigation or perception as you are looking around.
Okay. I was gonna say I feel like he's not necessarily looking for what people look like. Or auras or anything like that. I feel like he's no shit do they seem like good people? Like good homies? So I don't know if that would be insight-y, which is kind of you know what I mean?
I think it would be if you're trying to see how people carry themselves, and if you feel that is the I don't know, the body language of a decent person or not.
Yeah. Would you be cool with meeting my homies?
Right. Are you vibing with us? How's this looking right now? But yeah, so you can go. That would be an insight. And again, if you're trying to kind of mask it and not make it seem like you are studying people, then I will need your performance. Otherwise,
I don't think he would be trying to hide it. I feel like he's being normal. He's not trying to be
Yeah. Yep. I got you. Yeah, I hear you.
What's up, Skeeter? Hi, Skeeter. Hello. Boop. Oh shit.
Oh, very nice. Holy shit. All right. So as you are moving into this next space, and there's a lot various things kind of going on at the moment. I think the first thing Ryland notices is that the Death Coven have kind of taken over a corner in particular, in which they seem to kind of be just enjoying the space to themselves, and the dogs and such seem to be sort of relaxing. There's not a lot of, oh my god, we just got raided! Stormy D, thank you so much. Hello. Happy Saturday. Stormy D is a great name also. But thank you for doing the shout out. Thank you very, very much. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Our players, our player characters, are currently at a gala, and they're all very nervous because a lot of stressful things are happening at the same time. But they have to
No trauma at all.
good.
Definitely not trauma.
It's no trauma here at all. It's a good time. Everyone's having a good time. But yes, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. And tell us how it went. I hope it was
tell us
Raid
how
Boss. I like that it's called Raid Boss. That's cool. I think I might be the only one who can see that, but Stormy D is labeled as Raid Boss, and that's amazing.
I also see an option, add guest. What's that? I don't know what that does.
Seriously, I love the hunting.
We could invite him to like be, I don't know, in our stream or something. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, thank you all. Druid IRL. That's an awesome name. Love it. Love druids. Okay, getting back into it. Okay, so Ryland, you are currently kind of walking through this party and trying to sort of take in anyone who might sort of match your nature and also good ways, I suppose. Yes, add the guest star feature. Exactly. That's what I thought. I thank you for the follow.
Yeah.
But as you were walking through, you do see the Death Coven of Lady in the corner, just kind of by themselves. I would say in your kind of looking around as well, I'm going to kind of tie this into your insight a little bit. And because as you're noticing them, you're kind of still looking around the environment.
Yeah, if you want like a normal perception too, I don't mind. Like I wasn't trying to sneak out of that. It's just he's definitely more going off of, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is kind of tying into it a little bit. So like in noticing the people who you do notice, you'll notice other things about that. Blah, 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 blah. Chain reaction. But looking at them, you can see there seems to be a party of what you're kind of starting to notice seem to be drow, most of which are female. There's about 4 or 5 women and 2 or 3 men with them as well. And there's a lot of movement, so that's why you're getting like vague numbers right now. So it's like you can't quite get a full head count. But they seem to be keeping an eye out on the Death Coven. And with your insight check, I think you would notice that it doesn't seem to be a hostile sort of attention. Instead, maybe an interest, some curiosity about it. But the Death Coven, at the very least, have one group that seem to be interested in them. They haven't approached yet, but you're noticing the looks from across the way. There's also a few various interactions that are happening around Ryland, but I think the thing that he would kind of pick up on most, that in terms of matching his vibe, there is a familiar looking centaur sort of dressed as nicely as a sort of fey creature known for their sort of hunting and gathering skills, seems to be in one of the corners. There also seems to be a centaur female behind or beside him as well. The two of them don't seem to be interacting with anyone just yet, but they're looking around very cautiously.
When did we come across a centaur? I don't remember.
When do you think?
Have Ryland give me a quick history check.
I was like, I would.
Oh my gosh.
When in our past have we met a centaur?
I don't remember. That's my problem right now.
Don't worry. The DC was 10. You got it. Don't worry. It's not hard, so you're good. You just had to not roll garbage.
Oh.
Which you did not. But initially, you were all taken to a place called the Tenacity Den, in which a centaur named Thega and a pixie named Vivi were kind of your contacts to this place. And they both represented an archfey named Zelia, who was the one who kind of commissioned you to investigate certain problems that she wanted to have handled. But you do recognize the male to be Thega from the Tenacity Den.
I feel like he would have clocked that immediately then, because Didn't we get word that it got burned down or destroyed or some shit?
Yeah.
That the tenacity
They
den
were
was
missing.
attacked. Yeah, they went
Yeah,
missing. Yeah, there wasn't like the bodies were found, but the tenacity den was attacked.
We never know with you, but yeah.
I was going through Kamata came out. I was like, when did we meet a centaur? Kamata came out. I was like, did I miss a whole
Just
episode?
try to rack your brain. Oh my god.
They didn't even register as like a blip in my mind. So he'll make his way over there. And as we're going by, he'll kind of like, not that he's any expert by any means, but I think he'll actually kind of like them. They don't like men, but they're very powerful, and they do a lot of.
They don't like men?
No, not at all.
They don't like half the people that they are.
And he's gonna kind of like
They just hate 50% of their own people.
CD men over there right now.
I do, yes. Okay. Sounds like a lot of work to just hate 50% of people off the bat, right? Because then whoever's left, you still probably hate in that group as well, right?
Yeah, it's
Small
a
percentage of people that
very
you like.
very interesting dichotomy. They barely tolerate Valen, and that's because of his intelligence.
That whole sentence was amazing. But she's not as amused as Foos is. But as she's taking it in and looking in their direction, it's just okay. Well, if they're friends of yours and they've helped, that's good. But I will keep in mind that if I need to talk to them, I'll make sure it's just me. And she looks towards the other female honor guard that's with her and her. But so you know the centaur?
Oh yeah, it's gonna be. They actually gave us like they're the reason why we're in Kamate right now. And the den was attacked last we heard. We got nothing else since. So A, I think you'd get along wonderfully, and B, should probably figure out more about that.
Okay. After you. Marches on over. But as you are heading on out,
ladies.
it's just, I think Tezo kind of notices you and gives you just like a quick wave, but resumes like her sort of relaxing at the moment. Dang, we lost Violet. I know she's coming back, but I was about to say we're gonna take a break. As you are heading over to go talk to Thega, I think this is a good time for us to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. I'm going to wait for Vogly to pop back in so that she can hear the announcement and know when to come back.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. So with that, it is, I'm just going to say it's 10:45. I'm just going to round up. We'll be back at 10:55. Thank you for the lurk, Wit and Witchery. We're actually about to go take a break. We'll be right back. We'll be back at 10:55. And yeah. Bye.
10:55.
10:55. The second I counted down, I had to burp. That was not great. Hello, we're back. And I just need to burp for some reason, so I'm trying to hold it in. Pardon me, in my faces.
Let it out. Let it out.
Nah.
Yeah,
Actually, I
let it
did,
out.
but it was quiet. So I'm not trying to burp real loud.
Loud
We were
and
late.
proud.
Everybody blamed Flanny because his cat's made a stinky, and he had to go take care of it.
Blame Foos.
Blame Planty.
It's like, how come we got
Hey-
stinky cats, bro? What's
And
going on?
Canada. Blame Canada.
Stinky cat. Oh no. Okay, so with everybody kind of in various interactions and such throughout the gala, I'm just going to pick up with Ryland for a bit, and then we will kind of move on from that. But Ryland, as you were closing in on faces that are a face that seems familiar, someone who had previously hired you in a way at the Tenacity Den. The centaur, from what you recognized at least, doesn't seem terribly comfortable, and very much seems sort of head on a swivel in this environment. But doesn't seem to have talked to you yet. But you are on your way over with Hasina and some of your tribe's mates beside you as well.
I see you're on equally high alert.
You see Thega's eyes kind of look down at you and smile for a moment. He is a very tall centaur. Like you're tall as a furbolg as already, but he always seems to tower over everybody. But as he kind of looks down and smiles softly, oh, how good it is to see a friendly face. Were you invited?
Yes. Part of the job that we're on. As well as my tribe.
She kind of like smiles up at him, and he gives a very low nod. And you're suddenly reminded at how kind of slow he seems to be with everything. Not only speaking, but even the way he moves seems to be very sort of cautious and planned, and he seems to take his time with almost everything. But I
And Ryla would
Hasina.
introduce everybody, obviously.
Mm-hmm. The Furbolgs seem kind of happy to be meeting him, knowing that he is a creature of the Fae and one who typically is known to respect nature and such, so there's just sort of mutual respect across the way. But as Thega's looking over you, I suppose you might have heard a couple of things, right?
I was waiting for the chance to ask.
No time like the present, right? We are okay. We escaped. But the Tenacity Den is no longer. No.
What happened?
It's hard to explain, but what I can try to describe as perhaps a rift opened in our space, and dimensional travel of some kind dumped many different types of creatures within the Tenacity Den. We fully believe that it was planned. It happened directly in the center of our space. And every creature that came out seemed fiendish in some way. And they tore the place apart and did their best to try and do the same to us. You see him kind of leaning over a little bit. You can see there's a bit of a scar that's kind of in his shoulder that looks like it was some kind of piercing wound that went in the front and out the back, but likely due to makeup and such, it has been covered. But otherwise, he kind of motions towards that and then continues. We mostly escaped. Some friends made sure that we did. We haven't made contact since.
Sorry, Cat was doing weird stuff. I heard a noise. I was like, "What the hell are y'all doing?"
That was very funny. It was just like Cat's doing weird shit. I had to check real quick.
Weird stinky cats.
Stinky cats. Well, I'm glad to hear everyone is okay.
Well, most
the most
likely
part.
not everyone, unfortunately. I can't speak to the well-being of Sequoia or Cypress.
Writing that down a lot. Sequoia, Cypress.
They were the cute trees. They were the tree guys.
Why are you ASMRing us?
Sequoia was the big one. And there was some small dudes. I think that was the other one.
Cypress was the one you rescued. Actually, he was corrupted. He was the like main villain of the first like maze thing you guys went through, and you cleared his corruption. So they were the two treants. Sequoia was his friend who was sent his little friends out to go find him, and that you encountered. The little bushes were Hanzo, Hattori, Indigo, and Oakley, but Thega is not making mention of them right now. He seems to allude to the fact that Sequoia and Cypress have been unaccounted for.
Perhaps we'll find a way to reach out, and hopefully they're okay. Also, we're getting fan feedback.
Oh, fan feedback? Is it okay? Hold on, give me 1 second.
For a hot second, I thought you meant like somebody commenting on our Discord or something like that.
No. Okay, he's searching. I will hopefully find it, but in the meantime, I'll try and watch a little bit. So hopefully it isn't bad. Well, I think it might be me as well, because I can't tell who is getting it because we both have the same one. But anyway, we're gonna try and fix that. It's the best that we can.
Ryland's gonna. Oh, Ryland's just gonna ask for more. Like, what kind of? You said it was fiends, right?
Yes.
What kind of fiends? Do you have an idea of what they look like? Where they came from?
The air in front of us seemed to split, and as it did, they came pouring in. Some had wings, some did not. It was a lot very fast.
What do you think would have targeted?
We're not sure, and Zelia has been doing her best to stay hidden.
You don't think it has anything to do with our mission, do you? Dennis, stop it!
What is Dennis doing?
He's blowing me up!
Oh!
You can be part of this conversation too if you fucking accept the damn spores, man. Get the fuck out of here!
Is there
That's true, yeah, you could have. Oh my god! You're just swimming poor Flandy while he's chatting. Oh my god. I love this. This is amazing.
Best part is I called him Cray, but it auto-corrected to Gray. He goes, no, I'm brown.
I am brown. But it's just as you're sort of saying this that you're noticing the music from the violinist. This goes all the way, like, site-wide, essentially. Everybody is noticing that the violinist music is sort of slowing down a little bit, and also quieting, to the point where more of the chatter is being heard from everybody in this space. And they're instinctively kind of quieting down as well. It almost feels as though, like, speech or something is about to happen, essentially, and there's sort of like a tension that hangs as the the song just quietly comes to an end, and softly and smoothly in a way that it feels as though the musician has been very careful to make sure that it was a very beautiful, gradual situation. So, as that sound is quieting, Ryland, being in the position that you are in, you start to hear what sounds like curtains or something being pulled away, some kind of fabric of some kind. And as you're in this space speaking with Thega, turning to your right, you can see that there is a doorway of some kind there. And there are a few buildings that are attached to this sort of floating platform here. But as it opens up, you watch as a figure that is standing about 18 to 20 feet tall or so, humanoid, but starts kind of walking out of this space, fully draped in sort of blue and gold and with very light colored sort of cyan jewelry around, as well as gold, just sort of glimmering from seemingly head to toe. Fully pale, white as snow, pretty much, creature walking out with red face paint across much of his features and thick black eyes that don't seem to have any sort of white around them at all. Stepping out from this space with ears
These eyes
that.
look familiar.
What'd you say?
So are these familiar looking
Like
eyes?
being as close as you are, yeah, those are dead ringers for the eyes that you've seen in the
Maybelline
that
eyes?
space.
Yeah, I was gonna
They're
ask how much
Maybelline.
is the lashes.
Maybelline eyes.
At no point have I ever described the eyelashes, but everyone's like, he's got big old eyelashes. Let me
It's
tell
canon
you,
now, Foos. They're already there.
it's canon.
There's some old ladies
but,
in the corner gossiping about how beautiful those eyelashes are and how they're
you know,
jealous.
men are known to have better eyelashes because the testosterone makes their hair thicker, so they usually have very, very nice eyelashes. But
true.
as this creature is sort of Maybelline for men, exactly. As he is walking out, there seem to be two sets of ears. The top ones seem to be almost sort of fiendish and pointy in a way, and the bottom set also seem to be pointed, but they almost feel more elven than sort of fiendish. And they all four, I think Ryland's probably the only one who catches this as close as you are, seem to be kind of moving almost like different frequencies, as if they're all like catching different sounds at different times and listening into different things. But as he is stepping out, his very pale hands, initially, the fingers seem to be 2 or 3 feet long each.
Long and protracted?
Going long and protracted fingers as he's initially walking out, and as he's sort of stepping out and spreading his arms, you see the fingers kind of retracting back to what seems to be a regular length of humanoid hands. But as the music kind of quiets and he steps out from this space, you, no matter the distance in this gathering, everybody hears his voice as he speaks. Welcome, one and all. Thank you for making it to my gathering. Our events will be beginning soon, and I hope to see most of you participate. I look forward to meeting everyone. And if you haven't, please make sure you enjoy some of our incredible cuisines that have been prepared for you. In the meantime, I will be announcing the events in just a short moment. But it is my pleasure to meet all of you, and I hope you are enjoying your time. But Flandy, were you gonna say or do something?
No, that's what Ryland, like, absolutely in the middle of that, just raises his hand.
Oh, he absolutely ignores you. There is no acknowledgement of you. Once he finishes speaking, is your hand still up?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds great. I love it. All right, hold on. Let me get his art on the board real quick. As he is walking out, and Ryland being where you are, and it's time for
Now make that bitch big. Let's go.
You want to make him bigger? All right, fine. Hold on.
Show us the big BBGE, whatever the fuck it's called. Get his ass big. Let's see this bitch ass. Where are these eyelashes?
These eyelashes. It's no eyelashes. But as he is walking around, there seems to be like a circular disc behind him that seems to just kind of float like a few inches away from his back, and it seems to be there at all times. And strangely, there's some sort of optical illusion to it in which no matter what angle you see him at, that circle is facing you flat. It doesn't seem to be spherical, but that the face of it is always looking in whoever is looking at him at the moment, but constantly behind him at any time.
So what
but he
you're
starts
saying is that he's beatified. Just constantly.
that he's what?
Beatified. Beatified. I forget
Beatified.
exactly how it's pronounced.
No,
But,
no,
yeah, saints.
Your voice cut out right when you said that word, so I was like, he's what? So that was why I was like, I'm confused. No, you're good. But yes, as he steps out and makes this sort of entrance, the music seems to start once again. And Ryland, if your hand was up, did you say you left it up? I couldn't remember.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, great. As that happens, you see him sort of walking through a few of the people who are walking in his direction. He seems to engage in conversation with a few of them every so often. But with your hand up, after the first 2 or 3 groups, he seems to sort of saunter in your direction, like every part of his outfit just sort of billowing behind him, but makes his way towards you. And just
Ryland is very much in front of the group, by the way. He has it behind us. Don't look at their way.
He just smiles down at you. And as you are closer, from the distance, especially just noticing everyone seems to have some kind of aura here of some kind, even if it's very, very subtle. He didn't seem to have one at the distance, but now that you're kind of getting closer, there almost feel like there are sparks of colors and different parts of him at different times. It's almost as though there's like a rainbow happening just kind of around him in a very subtle way. But it only seems to be visible when you're closer. From the distance as he was coming. Oh, sorry.
Is that his collection of souls that he has there, Foos?
Who knows?
That's a yes. Okay.
He steps in your direction and sort of smiles down at you. Greetings, Ryland. Can I help you?
Well, first off, nice to meet you, I think. Again.
Nice to meet you as well.
I was wondering, what was the whole... Our first meeting, what was that all about?
Which meeting are you referring to?
Alright, hold on. Flashback. There's been at least twice that he's been in the eyeball realm, right?
I feel like it's been like 3 times.
Is it 3?
Like it's been a couple of times you've absolutely been there, yes.
I'm not asking that. Riley was like, the first time, I imagine those eyes are quite noticeable. Was when I went to sleep, you appeared. I think you mentioned something about if memory serves me correctly, he didn't care about Treebender, but he cared about Rusi.
He was fascinated with Rusi, but it wasn't like a gotta get her kind of I guess vibe that you were getting.
The first, when you were looking over myself and my companions.
Mm-hmm.
What was that about?
What do you think it was about?
I hate this guy so much.
I don't know.
I feel like Ryan's like, well, that's exactly what I'm asking, because I'm not gonna lie. I think you're up to something, and I don't know if it's good or bad. It makes me nervous.
Jesus. Everyone is up to something, and good or bad is subjective. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? I have many people I'd like to meet.
I feel like we didn't discuss anything, but I guess. Is there any particular event you'd like to see me in?
Yes, actually, I appreciate you asking. I would love to see you in Ego or in this arm.
Ego or in this arm? What?
Mm-hmm.
In this arm?
Disarm, as in take away your weapon.
No,
oh, I heard
disarm.
in this arm?
It is in this arm. It's not disarm.
Okay, yeah, so there's a... There's a satyr who's already trying to take my arm, I think.
There are a few that were invited.
Do you mean good? And he's like, throughout this whole conversation, I understand it's probably a bananas roll, but he's trying to insight as much as he like. He's like trying to figure out this deal.
Hit me with an insight check, my guy. Let's go.
Ship it up, bow, up it up, wait a minute, please.
Not a bad roll at all. As you're kind of looking over him and trying to study him,
Oh, are you serious? Only a 4? Oh.
I thought that was a D4. I was like, good job. Oh.
Nope. That was
funny.
Yep.
All right, so that brings you up to a 25.
Hold up.
Oh, okay. We ain't done with the cheese. You got some more?
We got one more that's kind of out in the open. I don't know how high of a DC this is going to be, and I feel like I kind of want to use it, but I'll leave it up to the crew.
Go ahead.
The other one is with Nenners, if that's what you're asking. I think there's a D4 out
No,
there too.
Nenners rolled his. There was one that Kit was like, for anyone, whoever needs it. And then
that
Vaglia.
that was the D4, but Nenners has his D20.
Nenner's got one earlier. That
At the very
Kit
beginning.
Identified
Before we went live.
Before we hopped on, and then there was another one that Kit didn't designate to anybody, and then I got one.
Oh, I thought Nenners used the one that Kit didn't designate to anyone. But I understand what you. Yeah,
I assumed to use his.
About, if you would like.
I'm fine with you using it. Go ahead if you want to.
I vote Debs rolls it.
A D4. Oh boy.
Oh, okay.
Probably better than what I would have rolled.
I do have a DM4, but I only got one. It could have been worse. It's not bad. It's only -1. So that means you're up to a +5, which brings you up to a 26, I believe.
Yeah.
What are you trying to glean from this?
I think he generally is like, does he have good intentions, or is he like plotting something? I don't like. Is he good or bad about it? And like taking into account like the it might not for bad in Ryland's perspective. Like he might be like, yes, I'm trying to gather a collection of souls, or is he like, I'm collecting a jar of souls for my devious plots?
Okay, gotcha. As you are trying to study this creature that you have never seen before, there seems to be endless movement. You are in the air, and there does seem to be a breeze that is constantly moving through, but his clothes, his hair, his ears, everything always seems to be moving. And even the disc behind him is kind of like sparkling, and the colors that are kind of bursting from, there's so much movement that I feel like it's almost hard for Ryland to focus. But I think what Ryland does pick up is this is certainly a very planned person. There's something that is in motion, and he is well aware that it is in motion. And I think the only thing you're kind of pick up, and not even like good or evil or anything like that, is that he's doing something. And he clearly seems to be out to make something better for himself, if that is what you could kind of like take away from the situation.
Okay, and like I said, his last question, but when I asked, that was I think he said, "Are you like? Do you mean well? Are you good?" Like, how he worded it.
Yeah, and I think for that he'll just kind of. Good is very subjective. I would say I am.
I think Ryland would just kind of like do a nod, curtsy, bow thing. It's probably super awkward. Until he
like as you're doing that, like it's as you're bowing that it seems almost like in the lack of height for just a moment, you see his black eyes kind of look up at Hasina. I was hoping the chieftain would be able to make it, but I do appreciate your attendance as well. I hope you're enjoying, and hopefully we can speak later. And Hasina, you see her kind of revert immediately to her sort of chieftain training, which is kind of stoic at the moment, and the the softness that is usually within the Furbolg tribe for just a moment seems to kind of fade. But she just nods up at him. Maybe we'll talk if there's time. You have a lot of people to talk to. And I guess kind of so do I. And you see him just smile. Enjoy. And he starts kind of walking away from this situation.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
So as Ryland is stuck there, I guess, I'll kind of get back to everybody in piecemeal just because everyone heard the announcement at the same time. And even from the distance, you could see that there was a moment where he stopped to talk to Ryland as well. So I think I'll pick up with Irene first, as she was just diggity dancing around. Hello.
Yes. First off, she wants to look at two people and see how those two people reacted to the one big people.
What two people?
Maybelline. So basically, Bobard, asshole, see if he has any curious behavior as soon as the guy emerges. And then the second one is Bakarin. She's just like, still trying to gauge whose side he's on, what he's up to. So she's just like looking for him to like either cringe or look like, ugh, this bitch, or like, you know, something like that. Or if he's grinning or smiling or something and it's not genuine, or if it is genuine, then she's like, oh, we assassinated him. Got it. Easy.
All right, I need 2 different insight checks for you for both of the people you are looking at.
Okay. I'm gonna do the thing. Here you go. That one.
Good.
That one.
Oh shit!
Let's go.
Wow.
All right. First one's for Bobard. Second one is for Bakaris. So as you're looking at the Bobard, again, like he's difficult to read just because of many things. But as he kind of slowed down in the music and such, he seems to regard, as you guys are calling him, Maybelline, in respect. He stops his music and kind of stays posed in his direction, just watching him very carefully. And they don't make eye contact at any point, but as soon as the announcement is done, he resumes his music and seems almost more enthused to be playing at the moment. And the music does seem a little bit faster paced, but not alarmingly so. And I think Irene only notices that because you're pretty in tune with magic as is. Magic music, excuse me. So you kind of notice that subtle difference. And as for Bakaris, he seems to shift from that sort of friendly, welcoming presence to one of intense focus when Mirtaswa comes out. And just stares in his direction, but seems to just be stoic. There's not a lot to read from that. It's a little hard to kind of piece anything together. But I don't think Irene would think he's happy to see him by any means.
That's good, because none of us likes Meerkat Swamp. We all hate him.
Mm-hmm.
Meerkat
Swamp. I don't know. I'll wait until the rotation comes around again.
Sure. Absolutely. All right. Nirja, I'll have you next on the agenda. Okay. Again, you saw him come out, speak what he spoke, and then kind of address Ryland for a moment.
Okay, and she at that point she's also going to see Thega, and just be like, oh, okay, all right. So Ryland's got that, and just continuing to keep up her patrolling, and marking new people. When Mirtaswa comes out, she's gonna look around, in addition to him coming out, and to see other people's reactions, and see if they're either scared or if they seem to feel okay about him coming out, like joy or something like that.
Sure. You can also give me an insight check. Also,
cool.
Just for these, everyone wide, I guess. If you are looking around in this situation, because there was such a clear entrance, nobody really needs a performance check to see if they're blending in, because everyone's focus is in one direction. So it's easier for you guys to be kind of like take inventory as this is happening. But with your insight check and looking around, there's a lot.
Sorry, I'm going to add it my D4.
No, you're good. Very nice, very nice. So that brings us to 17. But as you're looking around and just like taking in all the different reactions, there are some that seem like mystified, almost like they're seeing a creature they've never seen before and are like, what the heck is that? The general response, though, seems to be kind of like awe and not quite like happiness or anything like that, but just like, oh wow, like almost like seeing the queen roll down the street or something. You're like, oh shit, that's the queen. It's just kind of like acknowledgement of position or something like that. But that's probably the majority of what you're reading.
Got it. All right. And while that's happening, she's again gonna like keep an eye on Irene to make sure that, you know, while she's distracted, Irene doesn't like go away. And if she'll probably notice Valen talk to Lahiri, which is the person she saw before, and didn't tell anybody because she didn't get a chance. And she's gonna see if she notices anybody else, like Budai, come in. Just making sure she is, you know, again, the fly on the wall. I know that's if anybody decides to come up and talk to her, she's just gonna, you know, shoot the shit.
I'm fine, Mom. You don't have to watch over me like a prom chaperone. I'm kidding. You're good. We love you.
You're gonna be like,
no, I got
my mom is here. I'm gonna be your mom. No.
Yeah, no, just keep an eye out. Sure. Go ahead and give me a perception check as well.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of moms, actually, I appreciate you saying that, Baya. She's also going to see if her mom or the two other envoys, I did write their names down, the two other envoys come out and talk with anyone, if she can see them from from this distance. If not, then whatever. But yes, perception check. I know it's a lot, doing a lot of things. 0 plus 0 to see if
like, I'm going to see if the sky is red. I'm going to check up on this person. I'm going to see if the meerkat has arrived. I'm going to see.
That's a Vogly turn. No worries. But as you're looking around, just the distance between like you and your mother, you can still like make her out, and if she's kind of moved from that space or if she's engaged with anyone else. And just I feel like Nirja would be kind of keeping tabs as she was going around, or like as the time was passing, just every now and then like looking in that direction. And she mostly stayed at that table, but in the last like 10 or so minutes she did get up and seemed to be conversing with a few other people. It was hard to kind of make out just because there's so many people moving around and such, so you couldn't quite get a clear bead on exactly who she was speaking with, but she was definitely interacting with someone that was not part of her very small 3-person party, essentially.
And
then also
from that distance, from that distance, would she be able to see how her mother reacted?
No, unfortunately not.
Nope. Okay.
It's very, very small in the distance. Especially, also, it's kind of hard to see with this map, but there is like an elevation difference as well. So she's a little bit lower and further away, so the combination of the two make it a little harder to read.
Got it. All right. Thank you. What was the other thing you were going to say before I interrupted you?
No problem. No, just in that you're looking around, you're not spotting anything else that kind of sticks out at you at the moment. But everyone's attention certainly is in one direction, which I think Nirja would actually kind of clock that. That means that because Ryland spoke with him first, that everyone watched that interaction happen because everyone was looking at Mirtaswa as he arrived. So you're seeing a few kind of whispers happening along the sidelines as that conversation took some time.
Yep. And she's just gonna nod slowly and just go back to watching.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Valen, you have just been released from the clutches of Lahiri, and immediately afterwards heard the announcement.
Yep. She's somewhat right. He will try to find... Is he really that tall on the map?
He is about 20 feet tall, yes.
Alright, given his absurd size, he's just trying to figure out what he is.
Okay. You are at quite a distance. He is large, but he's larger than large because large is the size in D&D, but that's not what I meant. He's tall. But he is a bit of a distance away. You can roll a history check, but at this distance, it would be a disadvantage.
Okay. I think I can do that. Give me a second. Oh, my page crashed. Excellent. Give me 1 second.
Your what crashed?
My page.
Oh,
my little daily
page.
Yeah.
I thought I heard ping crash. And I was like,
My pig crashed. And right into my wall.
He's trying to fly.
Now I
Trying
gotta
to fly.
fix my wall and my
okay.
pig.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay.
You said history at disadvantage.
Correcto.
Okay. Yep.
Meerkat swamp.
Oh, I was a natural 20. But with a 20, and even with the distance, I think Valen is kind of piecing together some of the differences on this creature that you can see. Like, the fact that the skin seems to be fully white and doesn't seem to be a makeup effect of some kind. I think Valen is immediately like, maybe a changeling of some kind, especially with the like various the two sets of ears essentially, and you all witness the sort of longer fingers transform into sort of regular length fingers as well. So there seems to be a sort of transmutation magic almost happening in this being, but it seems natural. And it almost feels like it should be a changeling, but it's way more or way different than that. It's not something you've really seen before, but there almost feel like there are elements that are pieced together from other creatures, maybe.
Would he know that changelings are native to the Fae?
Yeah, I think Valen would know that.
Okay. He's just trying to clock that away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's done with the dance floor. He's gonna try to make his way over there.
Okay. So you're heading in his direction.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. So I will say that you're off doing that. Codrono and Kemen, the two of you were kind of keeping an eye out on Valen. He danced with a lady, and he was not happy about it, but he was released from the clutches. That sort of announcement went off, and I think Kemen's gonna like elbow Codrono for a moment and just be like, he's going. We should probably hang out, right? Or stay with him, right? He's gonna get in some trouble.
Yep. Yeah, we should just stay close by
Okay.
and blended grab some food. I don't know.
More food? I mean, I'm down, but he's anyway. Let's go. You see him trying his best to kind of blend in with the crowd as he's moving. And Codrono, if you are trying as well, then go ahead and give me a performance check as the two of you make your way through the crowd to kind of catch up with Valen. Where the fuck is my Kemen sheet? There it is. Oh no, you do have a negative. He's not terrible, but he has no proficiency in it. Oh,
I thought you were going to say personality for a second.
No, he doesn't.
Kemen has plenty of personality. How dare you?
Yeah, the two of them, it's literally an 8 for both because you don't have the Stone of Decent Luck on you right now because, because it's magic. So it's an 8 for the two of them. So Team Green is kind of bumbling their way through the crowd, just kind of chasing after Valen. So Valen, as you are walking through, they're kind of following up behind you. So obviously it's going to take a little bit of time for you to like traverse that space. So I'm just going to wheel back to the ladies because you are seeing Valen and the others moving out. Is there anything that Irene or Nirja are going to change or just keep an eye out for, or anything as they are moving out?
What moves what is Bakaran doing? Is he
Bakaris is still kind of, as everyone sort of stopped dancing and was watching, he also stopped and was watching. And
Right.
Once the music kind of kicked in, people are kind of starting to get back into dancing. And he looks like he's still just watching at the moment. It doesn't seem obvious whether he's going to resume dancing or relocate at the moment. He's just kind of standing there at the moment.
Does it look like anybody's trying to swoop him up?
Bakaris? No, they're still kind of taking in the sight of Mirtswa as he arrived, or at least the arrival.
Irene's gonna start making her way towards Team Green, but in passing, kind of like brush by him and be like, "We should talk." honestly, and keeps going.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion check,
Persuasion.
like right now.
Right now.
If I'm nervous, do I get a bonus?
No.
Remember earlier when I rolled the 179? Could I play?
Can I borrow some of that 179 real quick?
Yeah, it's like the lay on hands pool. I could just take some numbers and throw it at some of my other rolls.
Do we have any D4s? Something? No.
She's trying.
I think that's it.
Huh?
Yeah, we're out.
Oh no. Because I failed the roll, I also fell down a hole.
Oh no.
And scene. No. That is
And scene.
amazing. I just love it. Oh no, because it sounded like she was falling down a hole. She was like, "Oh." But yes, unfortunately, as soon as you brush by him, it almost seems like it kind of like activates him again. And as you say that, it seems as though it's just kind of fallen on deaf ears. As when you do that, he's like, "Ah, yes, back to as it was," and he seems to kind of immediately get swooped up and start resuming his dances and such. But
certainly, save your life, motherfucker. You need to pay attention. Jesus Christ! See, this is why you can't deal with green people, except for Valen and Kimin and Cadrono. They're cool, but that green guy is an idiot.
That's racist. And the best part about it is that, like, I feel like this group has 0 people who have a regular color scheme for humans. Everyone's blue, green, or brass. or no, you're bronze. You're bronze. Sorry, I said brass. I keep doing that.
I mean,
I thought you said brack. I was just like, is that a problem?
You're just brack. No. But yeah, unfortunately, that happens as Irene is sort of catching up to Team Green here, which wouldn't really take much. And Nirja, you are watching that all happen essentially, so you are welcome to.
Yeah, she's got some stuff to discuss with Valen before he reaches big, tall elf.
Okay.
Big man.
Okay. Since Irene has left the dance floor, and I'm sure Nirja has observed enough, Nirja is gonna follow a little bit behind Irene.
Alrighty, not a problem. So you guys are all kind of. For Irene, you do have a little bit of distance to travel to cover before you make it to Valen. Are you kind of like rushingly catching up with him, or are you kind of politely walking? I guess.
He's not gonna. Again, not trying to make a scene, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible. So if that slows her down, that is unfortunate, but.
Yeah. It will, but it's fine. It's not a problem. And Valen is just kind of marching off in that direction, but I also imagine that Valen isn't rushing, right? Just kind of walking.
Yeah, he's not rushing, but he's not. I mean, he's not shoulder checking people, but he's not like, dancing around them either.
Move, bitch! Get out the way.
If that's the case, I think Valen would likely be around here by the time the group kind of catches up with him a little bit. And at that point, he has moved a little bit further down as well and seems to be kind of speaking with others at the same time. So as he has moved, you all have as well. But Valen, you hear your team kind of coming up from behind you.
Oh yeah, I'll just kind of address them, make sure they're okay. If there's anything.
Irene's actually going to saunter up to him, still playing the whole weird dance thing. Kind of just lean on him, like a very familiar friend. And when she does so, she's going to start whispering. Well, at first she's going to lead off with, "It's good to see you. You look so good." And she's going to start just kind of whispering off the shit she has spotted there. And like kind of describe where they are, but in a directional sense, like blah, blah, blah to the southeast, blah, blah, blah to the northwest. And so she's going to start with, "There's a Nothic here. It's a magic-eating beast. Found a form of a mage that obsesses over acquiring information it is used to wipe out academies." The next one is, "There's an undead woman here. She's floating. And she has an undead diet basilisk." I don't know why. I called it that. And then bass parts are playing music on the store, so she don't need to mention that. And she's just like, I am working on your person of interest.
Yeah, I appreciate that. There's some anti-magic plants over that way. They seem to absorb it or feed off of it in some way.
It's not good.
I was thinking about burning them down, but it was difficult at the time.
Maybe don't do that. What else have you learned?
The demonic lady, that's actually Lahiri in her true form, and she encourages us to participate in these events in a way of getting knowledge of some kind.
That was my idea. That's what I've been doing this whole time.
No, I think she's talking about knowledge you wouldn't normally be able to get. Apparently, she murdered some folk on the way in here and interrogated their bodies and got that information.
Oh.
Which, as much as I don't like her, I
respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I admire that.
Oh, she's gonna pause for a second and be like, our nemesis, the bard, musician. She's gonna describe the way that he stood at attention when Maybelline walked through, and how he just kind of slipped back into the music, and now it seems more magical than it was previously.
Just for clarity, it doesn't necessarily feel more magical. It just feels a little faster and a little more intense. It's very subtle, but Irene was
that's
able
a
to pick up.
noteworthy change to her too. She's gonna be like,
yeah, it is. I just want to make sure you and the characters know exactly.
Okay, thank you, Foozca. I appreciate you. She's gonna be like, as soon as the announcement was over, he started playing the game, but the tempo was faster. And given our experience with him, I don't like that.
I don't think he has a soul. Not one that's registered in his body, based on the fact that he has no aura. Which means I have to make some tweaks to that spell. But
it's a construct?
Possibly. Or a vessel, maybe more accurate. No, that's good. That's a very good thing.
You think so?
Isolate the constructs.
Maya's stupid. Can you help?
If we... Okay, so...
Not Irene, Maya. Dumb.
This creature has the ability to regenerate itself, right? So if we remove the body from that equation, arcane means, or set it up as a honeypot so that the soul tries to get to it, but runs into, I don't know, a series of soul cages, that would be tragic, wouldn't it? That'd be so terrible. What would we do with all this? You know, I would...
so
just awful.
That'd be terrible. Maybe we can use them to light our home.
What?
What?
If Irene had a dagger to hand him, she would hand it to him now. She's proud.
Oh my god. As this conversation is happening, an older woman seems to kind of be shuffling in your direction, and as the two of you are talking, attention is on each other. But there's a moment where she seems to kind of brush by you for a moment and look up from her sort of smaller hunched position. And as she sort of smiles up, it seems to be sort of a darker skinned woman in sort of a long flowing green gown that mostly covers a good portion of her body. But as she's kind of turning, her sort of regular, just kind of homely looking appearance just kind of stretches a little bit into a smile that's wider than it should be. But just, hello, dearies.
Does she smell like abyssal chicken?
She sounds like abyssal chicken lady.
I said smell.
Sounds like abyssal chicken lady.
She sounds like the abyssal chicken lady?
She does.
Oh, shit! Oh!
But she continues walking by you, greets you for a moment, and her features kind of stretch back to their regular, not regular, but the safe, homely looking older woman as she walks by you.
Hello, miss.
Oh, okay. He's just gonna do the meme where like you stop the person from following.
That guy
not
who's
gonna
like,
follow.
nah, man.
If the lady doesn't turn around, she's not gonna try.
Yeah, she walks past.
Yeah, that's.
I know who it is.
If we had a week, we couldn't kill people who need to get killed here.
No, I think it would take a lot longer than that. Again, she's gonna be like, nothing. Okay.
All right, so here's my plan. Anything social or musically related, if you don't mind volunteering yourself.
Absolutely. I thought that I already did that. I was doing it.
No, there's like official events though.
Oh, what?
He mentioned the events will begin, which infers that they have not yet begun.
All right, Dennis, you ain't have to do me like that. All right. All right. Look, all right, it's a Friday,
like...
except it's not, but it is. Okay.
God, that was the most Wizard to Sorcerer conversation.
All right. So yeah, that is some kind of hag, I'm assuming, or something horrible. I want to bask in the ignorance of that for now, because simply we have too much on our plate.
Yeah, exactly. Our quest logs.
If it's like children's souls or something, then we got to stop everything. And
anyway, this little chicken that assisted us was one of those, right?
Okay, we should be back. Streamlabs just decided that we needed a break. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. We're going to be wrapping up relatively soon anyway, so I think it was like, do it now.
Yeah.
So we are back. Sorry about that. I think it. Yeah, shame on Flandy for crash. Seriously, Flandy, how dare you? You crashed Streamlabs on us.
Yes.
He does. Poor guy. Poor guy. But anyway, sorry. The team was kind of speaking to each other before a unfortunate familiar face kind of walked by and rattled them a little bit. But Valen and Irene, I believe the two of you were still kind of trading information and discussing.
Yeah. So
we were.
I'm going to get as much information as possible. I'm going to observe as much as I can from the sidelines, as I am not really built for this subtle social shit. Also, I think he is a fae of some kind. I'm not quite sure what. And by Merchiswa is who he's
Actually, did you notice that your person of interest featured?
Did I notice what?
She's like, did you notice your person of interest features are a bit unpredictable?
I have a theory about that. He might be of two different, like, hell and infernal and abyssal bloodlines, potentially.
I'm gonna ask how you feel about this, but she's gonna explain. Like, first off, when Merchiswa stepped out, that guy looked like he was seeing red. Secondly, I want to get closer to him, find out more, and I think, given his proclivities, what if? I mean, he knows that we're from Kimane in a sense. Should we mention that we're enemies of the slavers, given his proclivities? He might be an end. His
proclivities include benefiting the city he's from. I mean, if you can give us an excuse to kill him, that'd be great.
But he's trying to be a champion in the own tribe. So I figure, again, we're playing parlay here. I'm trying to get as close to him as I can, and I would like to win his trust and learn as much about him as possible. I mean, come on. You can't just blindly target him without understanding why. Right?
Lahiri said that he is very much a part of this and is involved with Merchiswa in some way.
Sorry,
he's involved with Merchiswa in some way.
Doesn't
like
look
critically
like
involved. I didn't hear what you said.
It doesn't look like he's happy about it at all. Maybe against his will. But I would like to use our quarrels with the slavers and his upstanding reputation as a means to see if we can get a little closer, learn a little more about what he's really trying to do or what's going on around him. In other words, I'd like him to think he has allies in us.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get close to him, great. I wouldn't. Honestly, I think that might be something we can do outside of this party.
Are we going to teleport to Waterdeep?
Yeah, why not?
Have you looked at our quest log? When do we find the time?
That's the beauty of teleportation. We're not walking there.
I tend to agree. He's kind of tough to nail down here at this party. There were
I say
several people who tried to dance with him. He seems very distracted and not comfortable at all, whereas in his own location, he may be more comfortable to let loose a few secrets.
I studied at an academy over the summer at Waterdeep, so I can get us teleported in or close to if needed.
Valen?
Okay.
You checked in with that academy.
It's been a minute.
You should check in. And she's like kind of looking towards the Nothic again.
Like I imagine if an academy got affected over there, we would know. That's
Maybe
news.
Smaller strikes to other places. I don't feel comfortable with that thing around it. And I'm worried that at some point we might have to deal with it. So it's best to know what its movements are, where it's going, why.
The City of Splendors has way more resources than we do. I'm less worried about them and more worried about the acute. But yeah, sure. I'll check in on them before we teleport. Well, we can go in. I owe Flandy's father some fish anyway. So
Flandy's father?
That's correct. It is Flandy's father. And by Flandy, I mean Ryland's father. Some fish.
What did you both learn? What are our next steps, if anything?
Participate in these events. Get as much information as you can. Get angles on Budai if you see him.
Have you seen any other persons of interest? And she's looking back at Nurja and pretty much Padrono, the other, Team Green and Nurja.
So far, no one of significant interest. There was Lahiri, but I saw Valen, you speak with her.
Unpleasant as usual, but she was useful in this particular.
Yeah, and Rylan was speaking with Thega.
Did you say Thega? He's here?
Thega, yeah. Thega's here.
Oh.
We need to go talk to him.
We do. Well, Rylan can fill us in later. Let's continue to try and gather information. I haven't done anything yet because I'm not great at it. But I will try to get some information.
I'm going to try to get a beeline on Thega and just see if we can go talk to that boy.
Sure. I'll actually ask Rylan if you've moved away from Thega at the time, right? After Mirtiswa addressed you and then walked off, has Rylan moved at all? Are you ushering your furbolgs in a different direction? Continue that conversation, sure.
Problem.
That's amazing. I think that's part of the reason why Ryland is not going to feel terribly comfortable for a while. Because as you are having these conversations or waiting for him to leave and such, Mirtiswa definitely stays in the area. So you're not quite getting that as much space as you might be comfortable with. And part of that is because he is so tall, it feels like he's gone nowhere. It feels like you've taken 2 steps away from us, which is actually 20 feet or so, but it feels like you're still here. But we can say that you're still with Thega at the moment. Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. If you don't care if anyone's looking, then you can choose between investigation or perception. But you're staring at this. Oh, you do. Oh. No. You misunderstand. Me, the player, does. My character absolutely does not. Okay, yeah, go for it. Investigation or perception, whichever you prefer. What's kind of working for you in this situation is that a lot of eyes are on Mirtaswa right now. So you taking time to look at him isn't really working against you. So strangely enough, this is the time to kind of unabashedly stare. Whether Ryland recognizes that or not. Investigation or perception, whichever he prefers, because it's kind of how he's addressing the situation. Sure. You can't find a rhyme or reason to it. And to Ryland's credit, it is because they feel so, like, sporadic. There's no pattern. Like, even the people he's speaking with in front of him, every now and then, like, an ear will twitch in his direction or in its direction, and he continues the conversation. But it's not at, like, certain words. It almost feels like he's listening to something that's not happening in front of him. But he's clearly listening because he's responding to everybody. So it's beyond you at the moment. Okay. I think the way Ryland would go about it would be almost from like a nature perspective of like, I know the anatomy of creatures. Anatomy. Yeah. Which is why, like, normally I would make it a history check, but I think in a weird way I can give this to you as a nature check, just because of the way Ryland would kind of approach this in his knowledge. So you can try and give a nature. Ready. Hit me with a nature check. Oh, you can't hear? Oh, Ryland isn't showing up again. God damn it. Okay, hold on. When we came back, it dropped Ryland again. Flandy. Thank you, Nikki. Let's fix that.
Thanks, Nikki.
I know. What is going on?
And most of them.
Oops. Okay.
Thank you, Nikki.
Thanks,
Now,
Nikki.
Ryland, you should work now. I'll sit back into lurk. Thank you. I appreciate it. Flandy, speak some words, please, so I can make sure your stuff is working.
I'm speaking some words, and I'm about to roll you a sick ass. Probably, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a 3, and that 3.
Oh, nature check.
That's my guess.
Come on, Flandy, believe
Here
in
we go.
you.
Here we go. Ha! Wasn't that far off.
Okay. Yeah, with the 13. I do have another D4, and we're ending the night soon. So sorry.
That is grossly
Wow.
Look,
she's
that's
like,
right.
you said you were a 3. All I can do is get you down to a 4.
What's the difference?
Well, Flandy, you have another D4.
Everyone's
I do,
reaction
but I
is
don't-
like
I'm not using it.
laughter,
I'm using it
and like
for something
shaking of the head. It's just like
I use it
bullshit.
for whoever rolls something else next, because who's me?
Yeah, you're not. It's,
You ain't
it's
right,
hard.
Foos.
It's hard to catch exactly what the heck is going on here. You're not getting any details, unfortunately, that you can use. I would say as you're sort of studying him is about when I think your teammates would kind of reach you. So everybody, you make it to Thega, Hasina, Ryland, in this section of the party, with Mirtaswan not too far away, but he seems to be sort of speaking with various people at the moment.
Okay.
And you see Ryland staring hard. Like that.
I think he's some kind of fae. If that's what you're looking for. Kind of fits the bill. Hebrews collections.
Oh.
No regard for personal anything. Hey!
I wonder if he's listening to us. Do you think he's
Probably
listening
is.
to us?
He's absolutely listening to you because you let him in your head.
That work that way?
Maybe you should
Hello,
listen
Mir
to
Tzoa.
the son of a race enslaved by psionics before you let things into your head next time.
He's gonna go through the spore there. Hello, Mir Tzoa. Are you listening to me?
Silence. You do
Did
not
the
get
ear
a response.
twitch?
Oh God! Give me a perception.
Is it like a cow twitch? Is it like a circular twitch, or is it
No, it's not.
like it's just like flicking away a fly? Because that's what I'm picturing now.
I think now that you said that, I feel like that's what I'm also picturing. But genuinely, there's something almost mechanical about the way they're moving, like almost like a twitching in different directions to kind of like get different things. Like, because even with the rabbits we had when we were younger, and even like cats and stuff, like they'll kind of flick into position, and even the cows that you're kind of talking about in a really natural way. But this is very much like almost like radar dishes, like rotating on command.
One last question, if you don't mind. Does he have an aura unto himself?
He has a whole bunch.
You're
It's,
right.
it's a little faint for you at this distance. Ryland was able to see it clearer because he was very close to him. But at this like 20 or 30 foot distance that you have with him, you can see just slight variations of sort of various colors, like rising up around his figure and then disappearing again.
As somebody who has messed with souls before, can I clock that as individual? Like, is a pattern or like undulating motion similar to somebody who would have them around him?
Give me an Arcana check.
Fuse has upped the boss fight to it is an actual phylactery that we're fighting.
He is the phylactery.
I had to laugh so weirdly because it had so much. You're not at disadvantage.
Oh, I'm not. So 29. Please, thank
That's
you.
3.
Jesus, so that's a 32.
Fast number.
God.
Oh my god, he
Alright,
flew.
so- I have a D4. It's gonna totally make a difference. I don't, and it won't. So do not worry. Plenty don't die. With an incredible fucking 32 Arcana, as you are staring at this creature, just trying to get a bead on something. It's coming up as individuals. It feels like if your soul theory is correct, you are seeing glimpses of different souls at different times along his aura.
Well, we're gonna need to get as many silver cages as we can. As many as we can. Like at least 12.
What are?
I look forward to this unusual shop request. This goes great with chains and everything else weird you have.
As many as we can. Like just not full cages, like small ones, like lanterns.
What is that? Also, he didn't answer, so I do. And his ear didn't twitch, so I don't think he's in the network, or at least he's not listening, or he's really good at hiding it.
Surrounded by individual souls right now. I also think he has the mental strength and fortitude to ignore.
Vegas said that someone deliberately attacked them, and that the portal was directly in the center. Do you know anybody who would be mad at them? Also, Sequoia and Cypress are missing still.
They're unaccounted for. That's not good.
Okay. That was a lot.
Conversation.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Ma?
I was asking if we were all together now.
Yeah, you are.
Oh.
Just as you are on the map. It's kind of a team huddle right now.
That's nice. Hello, Rylan.
Hello.
What were you saying?
He wants to hold my arms or something, and he also wants me to ego.
I'm sorry,
the
what?
name of the event is Ego
Yep.
and holding the.
I'm tracking.
holding
Yep.
your arm.
Okay.
Can you elaborate?
I put a pin in that for just a second.
Which that? There's a lot of that.
All of it. Thega, can
I need more pins.
my brother here says you were attacked, but neglected to say who attacked you, when and where, and what happened. Could you fill me in, please?
You knew about the attack. We got the letter.
What?
I don't know who attacked him. I don't know how it went.
Probably told you fiends just now. It said fiends came from the portal.
You did not say
Wait,
fiends.
not what you want. Get out of here.
I'm sorry,
no,
You absolutely did not say fiends.
What came through the port? The demons?
I genuinely think all this bickering is happening in character. It's like, I said feeds. You did not say feeds. You did not say feeds. What I came through the portal?
If you don't mind, just
That's confusion.
bringing us all up to speed, sir. I'd appreciate it.
And Thega's eyes are kind of going between everyone as this conversation happens. And the second there's like a little bit of pause, a small smile comes on his face. I am happy to see that everyone is safe. And hello again. We were... I believe fiends were summoned in the center of the Tenacity Den and destroyed it immediately.
Devils or demons?
It was hard to tell the difference. So many poured out that within a second I couldn't see past the first two.
Infernal or abyssal? Did they speak?
No languages, just shouts.
Ciao.
Why would
Ciao.
why
Look at the
would-
ball.
Who?
demons attack the Fae?
Wait, how many people knew about the Tenacity and where it was?
Very few. Zelia made sure that it was a secret location within the Fae. When they arrived, it felt like they were there for demolition. They swung at everything. The chairs, the tables, the platform, and us. But everything.
Where's
You forget to pay your mom
Zelia?
fee?
What?
Celia
couldn't
let
hear
this
you.
happen?
Zelia said she did not know.
Okay. Is she reachable? Can we talk to her at some point?
Not here.
Are you safe? Not here,
No.
obviously, but outside here. Do you want to come to our house?
I don't
It's a
think
little
I
hot.
can.
Valen, that might not be the best idea.
What?
She's thinking about the Mirror Man.
Are you into duress? Why don't you think what happened? Why don't you think you can?
I think I will be sent somewhere else.
I see.
On your own volition, or
To help. Zelia.
On a mission.
all right? That's
Yeah, I got a quick question for Foos. Hi, Foos. I wanted to ask about the gym people. You know, like sucky.
Oh, the gem people. I thought you said gym. I was like, the
Yeah,
what?
the
Okay.
people-
I heard the gym
Gym
people
bros.
feels like we just lifted mad weights.
So we have a few of them in our, clutches. And we know there are a few that are in movement. Do we know about all of their whereabouts already, or are there some we still don't know about?
Not all of them. You know the blue one is with Duvessa currently. Green is Tamna, and you know where that is. Red is Asgenith, you know where that is, thankfully. Yellow is Zalzir, and you just got him back as well. You don't know where purple and orange are, which is Wisdom, which is Akabia, the Dryad, as well as the Constitution Gem, which is the Stone Giant. Those two are still unspoken for, if I remember. I think you heard
the
a rumor
wind.
about the purple one, but the other, the orange one has not been located.
Then Irene's going to not say their names directly, but kind of like make a make a motion with our hand as if she's clutching the gems and just be like, have you seen purple or orange?
They were all stolen in the attack.
We've recovered a few of them.
Oh, good.
3?
Three.
Well, 4. Well, yeah, we recovered 3. We have a 4th. Duvessa.
What? Have you heard anything about Vivi?
Vivi went missing at first, but Zelia said she found her.
Okay.
Where was she found?
She didn't say, but she sent people to find her, to get her.
Could we still try and reach you if we need help or Zelia?
Yes. Me is better, I think. Zelia is hard to reach.
And do we do that the usual way?
The usual way?
If I recall correctly, all we needed to do was say your name or Vivi's name, and we would be able to speak with you.
The Tenacity Den is what empowered such connection.
I see. We will do it through other means then.
Okay.
Everybody looks at Valen.
Valen goes, my poor spell slots.
So, what can you tell us what you'd be participating in today?
I don't want to participate in anything. I'm just here to scout for Zelia.
I understand. Well, we need to continue to go around and mingle. We're very glad to see you and that most things are well with you.
Likewise. I am happy you are all healthy and safe. Hopefully our luck continues. And as he's saying that, a few things are sort of happening at the same time. Mirjaswa is still kind of speaking with people, but he seems to be making his way down the long walkway, kind of heading away from you guys a little bit. But as he's doing so, you see him kind of stop and speak briefly with Wake before he continues off. As for like the immediate surroundings, there's some movement that's happening in which actually a pair of illithids seem to kind of walk past the group.
I'm sorry.
Not making
illithids?
Two illithids.
Did you just casually throw that out?
Just walking past the crowd.
Oh,
this is
no.
Too much. He looks at Kemen immediately. He's like, which one are you taking? Like,
you watch as like Kemen's usual just friendly demeanor and just kind of happy to be there, almost kind of puppy dog face, immediately disappears. The brows furrow immediately, and I think the first thing that Valen notices is that like his hand twitches up as if going for his greatsword, which is not on his back at the moment. But instead he kind of like turns his body away, but is still like just glaring the entire time. As the two don't seem to make notice of the group at all, and instead seem to be walking after Mirchiswa.
Can I trip them?
Oh,
You're not quite close enough. If you wanted to close the distance and try and
Can I trip them?
interact with them that way, you could.
We have bigger fish to fry.
There is no bigger fish to fry for us.
How many? No, you will say that about at least half a dozen people here. You want to win the war.
Any of them yet, has he?
Exactly.
He's gonna try to get trip them in some way.
Okay. How are you using your cane? What are you using for it?
Yeah, he'll reach for the cane from
Here we go.
Kemen and just try to like. I don't even know if he's gonna absentmindedly do it. I think he's just gonna go for it.
Kemen is going to help you. See what's happening.
Can you please save it for later?
So you can either roll like a sleight of hand if you want to kind of make it like a little more like tricksy, I guess. Or if you're being a little more blatant about it, it would likely be an attack roll essentially. So you would, and in this case, it would use your dexterity for it. You have advantage because Kemen is full on attempting to help you with this.
Right before he leaves, I will say Round's just going to kind of put his hand on Raylan's shoulder and I'm not going to stop you, but do you think this is wise?
He knows it's not.
Perhaps a test?
For us, can you wait?
Is that an advantage?
Irene's just like, kind of on the side, like, well, here we go.
Don't forget, that's a save, and you're in my orbit.
That 5 is an 18.
He'll make it a sleight of hand with that one then.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand with advantage. As Kemen kind of hears some of the conversation, like the little like warning and such that is happening. But as they're kind of going by, and he kind of like slyly hands the cane to you, and also sort of like steps back a little bit in an attempt to kind of get them to lean a little more in the direction of your cane, to sort of redirect them in a way. But as he's doing so, is just, I'm sorry, but I don't think any of you can talk about this right now. But as he's helping you, and with a 14, the thing that kind of works out right now is that everybody's in fancy attire. There is no armor on anybody, so ACs all around are pretty low. So a 14 is enough to just kind of work the cane up. Like it almost gets tangled more in their robes than in like their actual feet, which is enough essentially. But as you sort of trip up the one that's closest to you, which is sort of the more like brownish blue one, the other seems to be a little more vibrant in color. You recognize that this one's tentacles are very long. The other ones are a little bit shorter, but this one nearly down to his knees. But as your cane kind of gets caught up in the robe, you see what was likely about to be sort of like a stumble kind of turn into a sort of floating almost. Like he kind of dips down, and then you watch as the rest of the body sort of rights into that space. Some strange psionic energy that I think both of the Githyanki would kind of recognize in that really tight space. But as it starts to kind of right itself, the bright blue one's head just whips back in the direction of the team, and the other one kind of straightening up looks in your direction. And telepathically, Valen and Kemen, you both hear this now.
Valen just looks at Kemen, deferring to what he wants to do at this point.
Power roll for Kemen because he is he's a barely reformed Githyanki. So it's not great for him either. Hold on, give me a second. Oh shit. Okay. Somehow Kemen seems to be kind of reeling it in right now. But in hearing the voice, you physically see Kemen like just struggling to keep whatever reaction he wants to do down. But as that interaction happens for a moment, Valen, it's tight enough to be very uncomfortable, but Kemen reaches out to grab your wrist. And being a stronger man than you, it's nearly a bruising grasp. As he just kind of holds you, but like does not face them at all. It is just another time.
Telepathically, he'll put in his mind at least, I've seen your faces, and I'll see you again soon.
There's a moment where the blue one just kind of like almost the head nods in a way and goes off in the other direction, and the one with the longer tentacles from his face just kind of for a moment raises them, so you see all the teeth in the mouth for a second before lowering and kind of heading off.
Irene at this point is very, very angry. She's just like, would you like to make enemies of anyone else while we're here? See if you can I'm gonna piss off the entire place.
You don't understand.
I do. Understand.
You don't.
You do not. You do not.
You do not.
Could not understand.
Kevin just seems to immediately kind of step into this conversation. But
there are
this is
elements
not...
of your culture that I have accepted that you don't understand, that I don't understand. This is one that you're on the other side of this.
How many more is what I'm asking you.
I didn't attack anybody until just now. Don't act like I'm running around stabbing everyone.
What we did was
We're not-
amazing in terms of what the things we can do to that creature right now.
I
and
get that. I get that. But do you always need to make your intentions so clear?
You said
You're
those two were following Mirtiswa, or they were just happened to
They
move
seem
at
to
the
be.
same time?
They seem to be.
Right,
Just
let's
running
pay
around
attention to that.
stabbing everyone.
She's just
Sorry, what?
she focuses on Balin and she's just like, I'm pretty sure this is meant to goad us into doing stupid things.
They're doing a great job.
Or if we get into a fight at
How
the
do you
end of
learn
this,
that?
like you think we are, then it's gonna not be great. I don't blame you, and I don't claim to understand what that was about, but I think you need to remember that we need to pick our battles so that we can pick and choose our battles so that we can win a war later.
Unfortunately, yes. And killing a geek is never a stupid idea.
I never said it was stupid. It's the timing.
There's a hardness to Kemen that has never been really shown before at this moment. And as this sort of tension is happening, you all see kind of Mirdaswa make his way to about the center of the dance floor. Not quite taking the stage, but stepping beside it. And again, his sort of voice seems to envelop everybody as he speaks out loud for the second time. Our first two events will now be commencing. In this door, if you would like to join us for the event known as Refraction, you can step into this room, and it will begin in about 5 minutes. If you would like to participate in Ego, the room that I had just stepped out of, you may find yourself a seat in there. And that will also begin in about 5 minutes. Have
Is
fun.
Refraction
I will see
just,
you all soon. Sorry, again?
Does Refraction just roll him, clocking himself in the holder room?
Just running into the room, like the mirror thing. And with the announcement of these two, I think that's where we're going to call it for now. As the events called Refraction and Ego have been announced. But in the meantime, you guys do me a favor and give me your votes, please. We're gonna go look for somebody to raid, and stuff and things. Yes, tomorrow we're back with Power Rangers. And I think, and then I believe tomorrow, actually not tomorrow, Monday is actually going to be the finale of our Pathfinder thing on Dirty Rollers RPG. So that's going to be very excited for that. And from what I was hearing, the Dirty Rollers, the DM was kind of laughing because he was like, "I'm very excited for it, but I'm also very scared. This next fight is going to be a lot." And I was like, "Great, we're going to die. I'm ready. This is going to be exciting." I know, right? It's like, and it ends with everyone dead. So very excited. It's going to be probably an intense fight, and especially because we've been away from it for 2 weeks. So I'm sure we're all going to forget how to play, but it's going to be fun.
I'm excited.
Yeah, and not this weekend, but likely not this week. Not this week, but likely next week. I think we're gonna have our wrap up for Nenner's Bygone Keep because we finished that, and it was super cool. And we have to have a moment to kind of chat about it out of character.
Congratulations!
So, yeah, it was awesome. Super cool. So we'll be doing that later on as well. And if there's anything anyone else wants to announce, you got a chance because I'm still looking for somebody real quick.
I would like to announce that Foozca is the smelliest.
She smells great. Smells like mangoes.
Smelliest.
Oh yeah.
Mango foods.
But thank you for all the raiders who have come in. We had a couple of raids this evening. If you want to
thank you very much.
see more content from us, please subscribe and look at our Discord for all of the upcoming stuff. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We do stuff, and our crowd is great. Dirty Rollers, what's after Bygone Keep? We've got stuff actually in the wings, right, Foos? Waiting.
My god, we do. It's very exciting. The first thing we definitely need to get done, not done, but have fun with, is our What the Fun shot, in which Flandy is going to be Chaos DM for a freaking chaotic adventure that will be a one shot. And
I don't know half the shit that's going on. It's gonna be great.
And that's the point. So it's going to be fun. We were initially trying to squeeze that in August, but we'll see when it happens. But yes, we're going to have a Chaos Flandy DM and a chaotic one shot, and it'll be exciting. And then,
that's coming up.
We have a few other small side projects that will be sort of announced and coming up as well. So we're very excited for most of them. And if you're bored and it's late night, you can likely catch Flandy playing some Baldur's Gate currently. So I'm gonna post that information right here.
Flandy, Nanners, Kit, and Dragon at Rest was playing the other week.
He's playing with
that. Was fun.
Yeah,
and I popped
he's a bard, man. He's great.
Yeah.
Also, we're totally gonna steal him for some D&D at some point too. So
yeah,
the Dragon at Rest, you're dope. You're gonna be hanging out.
We're stealing him from Pathfinder.
I don't play.
There you go. You're gonna be stolen for sure. But we are going to go raid Life of Dice. Thank you again for kind of hanging out with us. Please show them some love. I realize I'm doing all this and not even on the Theater of the Mind map, because that makes it easier for you to see our faces. We're gonna go raid them. And you have a wonderful night and a wonderful weekend.
Have a great night.
Don't forget to tie your shoes.
Don't forget to tie your
have
shoes.
A restful weekend. Take care of yourself. Have a spa day. Eat that good food. Wrap yourself in blankets if it's cool enough. Or if you got a cool blanket. Good night.
Just devolves.